announcement.
Yes, honourable members, I have an announcement to make today. I wish to inform the House that I have received 2 letters, one from the Honourable 4th Member for Portrush North and Montagne Longue and Opposition Whip, Honourable Adrien Duval, and another one from Honourable 1st Member for Stanley Rosil, Honourable Paul Béranger, concerning the allocation of seats in the Assembly. I wish to remind the House that Standing Order 6 of the Standing Orders and Rules of the National Assembly provides that the allocation to members of seats in the Assembly chamber shall be made by the Speaker. I have further taken note that the contents of these letters have been made public prior to any consideration or ruling by the Chair, which I deeply regret. In view of the rapid evolution of the situation, I had to respond to questions from journalists so that the public would not remain confused. But I have referred only to matters related to the seating arrangement. Honourable members, as you know, each member must have a dedicated seat according to our parliamentary tradition. But until I know exactly what the situation is with regard to Honourable Paul Béranger, Honourable Chetan Babulal, and Honourable Johanna Béranger, I will not allocate any seat to them today. They have informed me that they will not attend today's sitting. I will await a second letter from the 3 honourable members before the next sitting. I must emphasise that from the point of view of ethics, communications addressed to the Speaker should be treated with discretion, at least until such time as they are formally dealt with or brought before this House. The Chair's ability to discharge its functions fairly and impartially depends on the observance of established processes and the confidence that matters referred to it will be handled in an orderly and appropriate manner. Premature disclosure of such correspondence risks undermining that process and may affect the perceived integrity of parliamentary proceedings. Honourable members, I wish to stress that maintaining high ethical standards is essential to the proper functioning of this House. Exercising discretion, restraint, and respect for parliamentary processes reflects the ethical obligations of all members and strengthens public confidence in our institutions. I thank you.
Papers have been laid. Questions?
Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've given notice of the following private notice question addressed to Dr. the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Defence, Home Affairs and External Communications, Minister of Finance, Minister for Rodrigues and Outer Islands, whether in regard to the Inter-Ministerial Committee set up to look into the economic and social impact of the present conflict in the Middle East, he will state A, the number of times the said committee met to date, indicating the outcome thereof. B, whether any report and or findings have been submitted in relation thereto, and if so, whether consideration will be given to table copy thereof, and C, the measures being contemplated to address the economic situation arising therefrom, indicating the estimated amount of value-added tax and excise duties to be collected on petroleum products during this financial year, and whether consideration will be given for the reduction of taxes and excise duties on the said products. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Prime
Yes,
Minister.
Madam Speaker, as I've already stated, Ever since the war erupted on the 28th of February of this year, I have been personally monitoring the situation very closely. Government has taken a proactive stance to mitigate its potential impact on our country. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the situation in the Middle East has worsened, resulting in severe energy supply disruption. It is worth recalling that the International Energy Agency has described this situation as, then I quote, the largest supply disruption in the history of the global oil market, the largest. This will also result in a drastic reduction in liquefied natural gas and fertilizers. We are all continuously monitoring the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. Also, inflationary pressures are building up exponentially everywhere in the world. Many countries with far more resources than Mauritius have already declared a state of economic emergency. Madam Speaker, I may also add that a few days ago, the heads of the International Energy Agency, the International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank have agreed to form a coordination group to maximize the institution's response to the energy and economic impacts of the war in the Middle East. This war is causing, as I said, major disruptions in the supply chains, triggering sharp increases in international prices of oil, gas, but not only oil and gas, also grain and fertilizer. Freight and maritime insurance costs have also surged, and there's a renewed volatility in global financial markets. As a result, global growth has slowed. For a small, open, and highly import-dependent economy, such as Mauritius, heavily reliant on petroleum imports, tourism, and stable seaborne trade routes, these developments constitute a significant external shock with potential of long-lasting adverse implications, not only for inflation and growth, but also on the balance of payments and the cost of living. Madam Speaker, as of today, the price per barrel of Brent oil is $111 compared to 72.48 on the 27th of February before the war broke out. This represents an increase of 53%. Our import bill for petroleum products by the State Trading Corporation in March of this year has increased by 82%, due mostly to price increases over the previous month. It is expected that the import bill will rise further by around 21% in the month of April 2026. But this is an estimation, Madam Speaker, because as we know, we don't know how far how worse the war will be. The increase in global prices of food commodities and agricultural inputs is exerting increasing pressure on the cost of imported food. There are also pressures on the exchange rate of the rupee. With regard to Part A of the question, the Crisis Committee had a first meeting on Wednesday, the 1st of April, 2026. The committee has reviewed the work undertaken by the high-level committee, which I have set up and which is chaired by the Financial Secretary. In addition, the Crisis Committee has proposed a number of measures to mitigate the impact of the conflict on our country. As regards Part B of the question, a report has been submitted to me, and we will discuss this at the next meeting of the Crisis Committee, which is scheduled for tomorrow. We will then propose a number of measures that will be examined and submitted to the next Cabinet meeting for consideration. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part C of the question, as soon as the situation in the Middle East started deteriorating, several ministries set up a crisis unit to consider measures that would have to be taken. This was done, in fact, in different ministries. These include: A, the CEB has taken immediate measures to extend its stock of heavy fuel oil by maximizing utilization of coal by the IPPs and reducing its spinning reserves. B, the Ministry of Energy and Public Utilities has re-engineered its energy-saving awareness campaign to discourage waste of electricity during peak hours and also outside peak hours. C, the Ministry has accelerated its green energy transition in order to reduce our over-reliance on imported fossil fuel. Under this government, a number of renewable energy projects and schemes have been reviewed for increased bankability and effectiveness. New schemes have been introduced to cater for the needs of different categories of consumers, namely domestic, industrial, and commercial. Some 405 megawatts are expected to be generated from the renewable energy projects within the next 2 to 3 years. D, the Ministry has also sent a circular to all ministries and departments on the 6th of April, instructing them to implement and reinforce energy-saving measures and to fix a target for a marked reduction of electricity consumption. E, drafting instructions have been given to the Attorney General's Office for the introduction of regulations this month to impose restrictions on the usage of grid power for superfluous activities that are not required for safety and security for a specific period of time. F, the Ministry of Commerce and Consumer Protection has secured supply of petroleum products up to July 2026. The Ministry has also secured the supply of fuel oil up to May of next year. I would like to point out, Madam Speaker, that even before the war broke out, I raised the issue of security of supply of petroleum products with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That was during my state visit in September of 2025. I took up this issue again at the AI Impact Summit in New Delhi in February of this year. I am pleased to inform the House that a government-to-government agreement will be signed this week for the supply of petroleum products. As I've already stated in this House, had it not been for the irresponsibility of the previous government when they decided to unilaterally put an end to the contract with Mangalore Refinery and Petroleums Limited, our security of supply would have been guaranteed today. Mangalore Refinery was ours, and he told us he was no more interested in supplying petroleum products to Mauritius in view of the irresponsible action of the previous government in 2014. Madam Speaker, also remember the Betamax case. Let me refer to what the SCC itself stated in the High Court of Karnataka on the 4th of December 2017, and I quote, Mauritius has limited petroleum reserves and the same being an essential commodity. In the event that petroleum does not reach Mauritius within a stipulated time, that is with Pacific Diamond, I think this Saturday, through the said vessel, it shall lead to a paucity of petroleum to the entire petroleum industry and cause failure of the economy, and the commercial activities in the state of Mauritius will come to a standstill. This, Madam Speaker, in the court of law, by the STC, is a direct indictment of the then government's decision to terminate the contract with Mangalore refineries and to also cancel the contract with Red Eagle. Madam Speaker, for this financial year, the amount of value-added tax is estimated to be 3.9 billion rupees on mogas and gas oil. As regards excise duty, an amount of 4 billion is expected to be collected. Madam Speaker, in times of severe crisis, especially when existential issues such as energy and food security are at stake, there is absolutely no place for political demagogy. This situation calls for strong leadership grounded not in ad hoc measures, but in coherent, forward-looking policies that protect our population, especially the most vulnerable, and reinforce our national resilience. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Honourable Leader, your first.
Yes, thank you.
Supplementary.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I take note, and I believe the population also will take note, that it is more than 1 month after the beginning of the conflict that the Honourable Prime Minister will chair tomorrow his first interministerial committee, and you will agree, Madam Speaker, that government has wasted a lot of time. Can the Honourable Prime Minister today inform the House of the specific social measures which are being envisaged to mitigate the social impact of the conflict on the citizens of this country with a view to supporting their purchasing power. Can we have an indication today, Madam Speaker?
Yes, Honourable Prime Minister.
Let me rebut what the Leader of the Opposition has just said. I said in my answer that as soon as the war broke out, within a few days, we set up in each ministry concerned a crisis unit to consider measures that should be taken, and I mentioned the measures, the CB, the Ministry of Commerce and all this. I said all this. There was a first meeting for the crisis committee. I have a report, but I'm not circulating the report, because this is not for circulation. We're going to have another meeting tomorrow, and then we'll decide which are the measures that will be proposed to Cabinet on Friday.
Okay. Second question.
No, I made reference in my earlier supplementary question to the Prime Minister himself,
Yes,
not
I
to
think
the other committees.
doesn't
He's the head
matter.
of this country, Madam Speaker.
He has
Madam
answered.
Speaker, during my last PNQ to the
May
Honourable
I-
Prime Minister,
One moment. May I, Chair? The Prime Minister replied. Now you carry on with the second question.
I wanted to clarify what I said.
Yes, but he replied.
Madam Speaker, during my last PNQ addressed to the Honourable Prime Minister on the same issue, I raised two pertinent questions. One was the reintroduction of the CSG
One moment. Will
allowance.
you please sit down. Yes, Honourable Etwaria, you're going to again stop the Leader of the Opposition. When you spoke last time, nobody stopped you. So I don't want to hear anything while it is his time. He has 30 minutes. He can ask questions. We may not agree or disagree or agree. Please carry on.
Madam Speaker, like I said, I raised two pertinent issues. One was with regard to the CSG allowance, the reintroduction of the CSG allowance, and the other one was a temporary, I mentioned it, temporary top-up for workers earning less than 20,000 rupees, which was turned down by the Honourable Prime Minister. Is the Honourable Prime Minister aware that a press article dated today, it is in the newspaper today, make mention of price increases on all commodities, which the Minister of Commerce said he was monitoring? Now, may we know from government what government is proposing to help those categories of workers, when we know, Madam Speaker, that monthly expenses of a family today is around 50,000 rupees.
Yes,
Perhaps the Leader of the Opposition should be reminded they bankrupted the country. We are paying for the bankruptcy of the country. And now you want me to top up? In which world are you living? Now,
with regard to petroleum products, that is mogas and gas oil, I understand, Madam Speaker, that the State Trading Corporation has to pay an additional 30 million USD per shipment. And for the months of March and April, the country is expecting 3 shipments. Will the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House where the STC will get the necessary funds in USD to pay for those 3 shipments?
Somebody should have asked that question to the Minister concerned, because I don't know the exact price. But you are contradicting yourself. You are saying give relief, at the same time, where do you find the money to pay? You are contradicting yourself.
don't speak from a sitting position. Please.
We are not in government. They are in government, Madam Speaker.
Yes, but
Now, may I ask the Honourable Prime Minister, if the conflict is extended, let's say, because the situation is worsening now, until the month of June, government will have to find an additional 90 million USD or more for 3 more consignments, bringing to a total of 180 million USD. May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether government has done an analysis on how foreign currency reserves will be adversely impacted by these additional payments and in turn reduce our import cover, Madam Speaker?
This is precisely why I said, why did the previous government cancel the contract with Mangalore. This would not have happened. This would never have happened. You know what you did? You paid commissions to agents who then shared the commission with the different ministers who was involved. This is how they govern the country. This is why they cancelled the Mangalore, because Mangalore was government to government, nothing to do with. Sorry.
Madam Speaker, government has secured supply of these petroleum products for the month of March and April. Can the Honourable Prime Minister confirm to the House that supplies for the month of May and June has been secured if the Strait of Hormuz remain closed for the whole month of April amid growing competition with other countries to access alternate sources, Madam Speaker?
I just explained, Madam Speaker,
have to wait for the
even
answer.
before the war started, on my official visit to India, I asked Prime Minister Modi whether he would try to use his best officers to have us, again, have a deal with India for the petroleum products. As I said, Mangalore, they contacted Mangalore Petroleum Limited. They refused because they said they have been burnt in Mauritius once, they're not going to do it again. They refused because of the irresponsible action of the previous government, MSM. This is why. Otherwise, we would not have been in this situation now. Now it's quoting different prices, but we would not have been. Sorry, Madam Speaker.
No, it's just that the question, it seems to me, there's so much noise, it's difficult to understand. But it seems to me that this particular question was on food security?
Yeah.
Was that it? You say it again. Say it again. Energy security and petroleum. So we're still on the same issue. We're still on the same issue. Okay.
I repeat it again, Madam Speaker, for the House
Please,
to note
please let
that
me
the
hear.
contract for Mangalore refinery was not cancelled, Madam Speaker.
By itself.
Now,
By itself.
can I?
How did it stop? Tell us.
That's a different thing. With regard, Madam Speaker, with regard to heavy fuel oil, that is fuel which is used for production of electricity, the Honourable Minister of Commerce promised 2 weeks ago to table the contract between STC and Sara Energy Limited, and he has not done so until now.
Question.
Will the Honourable Prime Minister see to it that all contracts and payments done are tabled today? Otherwise, it will look as if government wants to hide something from the population.
I didn't quite understand. You want me to ensure that the contracts are actually we pay whatever? I don't have to instruct him. He knows what he has to do. I don't have to instruct him. He knows what he has to do. But let me say, Madam Speaker, I think the Honourable Leader of the Opposition maybe
I can't hear the Prime Minister. What is the point of shouting off your heads if I can't hear either the Leader of the Opposition or the Prime Minister? We're going to close in 10 minutes. Please, for the next 10 minutes, refrain from all this. Please, Prime Minister.
As I said to the Honourable Leader and to the House, that even before the war broke out, I asked the Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi, if we could again start a government-to-government agreement for petroleum products. He, as I said, he agreed. They spoke to Mangalore, who refused. Then he has spoken to Indian Oil, who has agreed. And I said, tomorrow, not tomorrow, I think the day after, Thursday, we are signing the agreement for petroleum products. Unfortunately, while Mangalore could also provide us with heavy fuel, Indian Oil cannot.
Okay.
Unfortunately, because they broke the contract. But this, we are looking to see whether there are other possibilities. But as I said, I think I did say that we have enough until May of next year in our reserve. I also should add, Madam Speaker, since we're talking about energy, and you're saying about all these, you're trying to create panic. Under the previous government, did you know that our share of renewable energy had reached 17%? It was 24% when I left government. 70, they actually reduced it. and now they're doing a hue and giving us lessons.
No
I'll
statements.
come to my supplementary question. It's not
Question.
about what
Question.
the Prime Minister replied. My question was about the contract between STC and Sara Energy Limited. The minister responsible stated that he will table the contract. Up to now, he has not tabled that contract. Will government table that contract, Madam
Should ask
Speaker?
the leader of the opposition how many private contracts have at the table in the House.
Anyway, you will be able to ask the minister himself.
Now, with regard to LPG cylinders, can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House why there has not been any increase in the price of gas, LPG gas, for commercial purposes, but only for domestic purposes, that is the 12 kg and 6.5 kg cylinder, when we know that the revenue from commercial gas cylinders is used for cross-subsidization?
This question that should have been addressed to them, but I can tell him. We have to look at the whole of the economy. We're not going to grind the economy to a standstill just because there's a war in the Middle East. We have to look at the interests of the country. We are examining this. I must tell the leader of the opposition, we are examining this. You will learn from it after the cabinet meeting on Friday.
Okay.
You have to correct that, otherwise people will believe that you are protecting the
Don't
group,
make statements.
the gros
Don't
business.
statements.
Madam Speaker, the recent increase of 10% on diesel has greatly impacted the SMEs. Will the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House what measures the committee chaired by the Ministry of Finance
Mr. Bichu.
is considering to alleviate the considerable burden on the SMEs are facing, Madam Speaker?
But this is exactly what I said early on. We have to look at the economy as a whole and not just the population. We have to look at the SMEs, we have to look at the businesses, what they are able to do, otherwise we grind the economy to a standstill. We are taking measures which we'll announce on Friday.
Your friend is asking for a question. Do you have more?
I'll just...
Okay.
Madam Speaker, it is public knowledge that bakers are asking for an increase on the price of bread, that is
Yes.
per maison. And the Honourable Minister of Commerce is not agreeable to that request. Will the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House what is his stand concerning this request and whether the price of bread, that is per maison, will be increased in the days to come?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I should say that the price of bread hasn't been increased for my attendance for the last 10 years. 10 years, they haven't been increased. Everything else is increasing, but not the price of bread. So they're asking, it's a legitimate demand that the prices be increased, otherwise they can't run the business. And this is what we are considering among the measures that we'll take. But I want to say that it is for 10 years it hasn't been increased.
Faut faire son pain soi-même, hein? You have one more? One last. One moment. One last for the... Then Mr. Duval and then you. Okay? Oh, okay. Up to you.
Yes, may I ask the Prime Minister, 2 weeks ago, during the last PNQ, I had asked with regards to the estimates on how much the inflation of fuel and gas prices will be passed on to consumers. Now that the Prime Minister is signing a deal tomorrow, can he now give us the estimates of how much is going to be passed on to the consumer and whether he will make good on his campaign promise to abolish VAT, which is being taxed on top of the excise duty on every litre of diesel and fuel in Mauritius?
Nobody knew in Mauritius how did you wreck the economy. We did not know when we made proposal. We did not know. It's when we did the state of the economy that we knew what damage this previous government has done to this country. Therefore, and I also said in my answer, if I remember, that our import bill for petroleum products has increased by 82%. So we can't. Now you're telling me to what? To reduce the cost? So we can't.
May I clarify?
No.
The answer is no. The question is, what is the estimate?
Honourable members, I don't think Prime Minister can reply more to your questions.
Yes, it was the main
Time is going. You have another one, you said. Let him say another one.
You can't insist.
Should...
I've got one to rule you.
Madam Speaker, jet fuel has doubled since the beginning of the conflict, increasing from 400 USD to 875 USD per metric ton, forcing airlines to cut capacity, add fuel surcharges, and raising airfares from 10 to 40%. Can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House what are the projections for the tourism sector for this year, and what specific measures have been put in place to support the tourism sector, Madam Speaker?
So let me say, Madam Speaker, just to inform the House, if he doesn't know, that everywhere, all tickets, airplane tickets have been increased dramatically. In fact, if you look at the percentage, Air Mauritius has still not increased by as much as some countries who have more resources than us have increased. So this is inevitable.
Yeah, that I know.
So what do you want me to do now? To reduce the price of... We cannot, the price of oil, I don't control the price of oil. What do you want me to do? To stop pumping oil?
No ping pong, no ping pong, no ping pong. Yes, Mr. Lubin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether consideration will be given to temporarily reduce tax, VAT and excise duties on petroleum products, as is being done by several countries around the world,
Several countries were not in this bankrupt situation. The answer is no.
Yes, okay.
Madam Speaker, may I ask the Prime Minister, with regards to airfare, is the Prime Minister aware that now airfare of Air Mauritius to go, for example, to Paris is up to 150,000 rupees for economy, twice as much as what Emirates is proposing or other airlines. Therefore, it is clear that Air Mauritius is taking advantage. Does he agree that Air Mauritius should reduce its profit margin right now?
Madam Speaker is comparing Air Mauritius to Emirates. There cannot be any comparison with Emirates. You cannot compare Air Mauritius to Emirates. How can you compare Air Mauritius to Emirates? That is my question.
Okay, okay, time up. We are going to go to PMQT now. Yes, honourable members, table has been advised that PQ B251 will be replied. Bon, je peux parler. Je vais rester tranquille jusqu'à ce que j'ai la parole. Okay, PQ B251 will be replied by the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. And I'm now calling on Mr. Ramkalawan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B233.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Did you say 234? 233.
PMQT,
Sorry,
Prime
yeah.
Minister.
I'm informed by the Director General of the Mauritius Broadcasting Corporation that the broadcast and sub-licensing rights for the FIFA World Cup of 2026 across the African region, including sub-Saharan Africa, are held by New World Television SA, which is a company based in Togo. The two main broadcasting rights which are most commonly commercialized to broadcasters are free-to-air broadcasting rights and pay TV broadcasting rights. The free-to-air broadcasting rights for the FIFA World Cup of 2026 are meant only for public broadcasters, whereby the public can access the channels without paying any subscription fee. The pay TV broadcasting rights are meant for subscription television operators only. On the 2nd of December 2025, an agreement was signed between the Mauritius Broadcasting Corporation and the New World Television SA, which, as I said, is a company based in Togo, in respect of the FIFA World Cup of 2026. Under this agreement, the Mauritius Broadcasting Corporation has secured rights to broadcast 34 free-to-air matches out of the 104 matches scheduled for the tournament, as included in the package allocated to sub-Saharan Africa. This package comprises the opening ceremony, the closing ceremony, some other matches, and the final. These matches will be broadcast on NBC 11 Sports Channel. The full FIFA World Cup 2026 package will be made available on the NBC Play app. This is a digital streaming platform developed to deliver television and multimedia content directly to viewers over the internet upon a payment of a subscription fee of 300 rupees. I wish to point out that for the FIFA World Cup of 2022, the NBC Play app was available on smartphones only. However, this year the current NBC Play app is being upgraded and will be compatible with on both smart TVs and smartphones.
Smart TVs and phones. Okay, Mr. Ramplawan. Okay, Mr. Bichu. Yes.
Yes, Madam. B234.
Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed by the Bank of Mauritius that in accordance with the Banking Act 2004, banks have up to 3 months from the end of the financial year to submit their audited accounts, and I'm further informed that the latest available audited accounts of Silverbank Limited are for the financial year ending 31st of December 2021. I'm tabling a copy of the audited accounts. Madam Speaker, Silverbank has not submitted its audited accounts to the Bank of Mauritius for the financial years 2022 and 2023. In fact, Silverbank was unable to appoint any external auditor. The reason being that the auditors were unwilling to conduct the assignment for Silverbank in the light of the previous serious adverse information regarding Pratik Gupta in the Trafigura case, whereby freezing orders were issued both on Pratik Gupta and his wife, Jeannie Gupta, who is the main ultimate beneficial owner of the bank. The House will recall, Madam Speaker, that it was at its meeting held on the 11th of June 2021 that the board of the Bank of Mauritius approved the acquisition of the shares of Banyan Tree Bank by the shareholders of Silverbank. The board of the directors of the Bank of Mauritius were then chaired by the then former governor of the bank, that is Mr. Havesh Kumar Sigulam. The Banking Act of 2004 provides for no single shareholder should hold more than 10% of the shares in a bank, except with the prior approval of the Bank of Mauritius. Given that the Banyan Tree Bank was under conservatorship, the approval of a 75% shareholding to a single shareholder, 75%, in this case was Jeannie Gupta, with, may I inform the House, had no banking experience at all. But this was granted by the board. This was nothing short, 75% to somebody who has no experience in banking. This is nothing short, Madam Speaker, of a scandalous and very suspicious transaction, while also endangering the existing and future depositors. When we look at the pattern of events, there was clearly an axis of evil which existed from the very inception of Silverbank in our jurisdiction. The House would not be surprised to know that one of the close associates of Mr. Gupta, one Mr. Prasad Rao Bopama, was even picked up from the tarmac at SSR International Airport with a total VIP treatment, red carpet treatment, upon the instructions of the former Minister of Finance. Just like this. Du jamais vu dans les annales de notre pays. This is how the previous MSM regime was operating, mafia style. I hope people remember all this when the time of election comes, which will not be now, of course. Madam Speaker, in February 2024, Silverbank was placed under conservatorship by the Bank of Mauritius, just like its predecessor, the Banyan Tree Bank. At that time, the actions taken by the Bank of Mauritius included the issue of several cautionary letters requiring for additional capital and the imposition of restrictions on the granting of loans. Silverbank completely ignored those Bank of Mauritius instructions. Once Silverbank was placed in conservatorship, Several potential investors expressed an interest to acquire. However, only one prospective investor submitted an application in May of 2024 to acquire significant interest in Silverbank. The investor's business plan was rejected in December 2024 because the proposed equity injection was inadequate. In April 2025, a second offer for the acquisition was made by a local investment vehicle set up in Mauritius. The Bank of Mauritius has been engaging with the prospective applicant since then, including on the requisite information for the completion of the application. In the interest of depositors and creditors, the Bank of Mauritius granted several extensions to each successive deadline until in December 2025, in January and February 2026, to allow the applicant to complete his application. He was asking for extra time all the time, that he be given more time, more time, more time. As at the 30th of March 2026, the Bank of Mauritius had not received a complete application. It is noteworthy that documents relating to proof and source of funds had not been submitted at that date. The Board of Bank of Mauritius met on the 30th of March 2026 to discuss the way forward on Silverbank. Based on all the available facts and information and taking into account the financial situation at Silverbank, the Board decided to terminate the conservatorship of Silverbank and appoint a receiver. Another shocking element of the Silverbank saga, Madam Speaker, was the confession made by one internal auditor of Silverbank that he uncovered loans of about 7.7 billion rupees, which were granted to companies related to no other than Pratik Gupta. Furthermore, this auditor stated 18 million rupees were transferred to Pratik Gupta or to entities belonging to him from Silverbank. They allowed the transfer. This is a classic case, Madam Speaker, of institutional conspiracy of the highest order, with both internal and external connivances to defraud depositors' money. Needless to say that the internal auditor, because it was MSM government, needless to say, he drew the attention, he was suspended. He was the guilty party to have drawn the attention of the bank. So he was suspended when in fact his courage should have been commended. No doubt we will see more things like this as the investigation unfolds. Madam Speaker, as regard to Part B of the question, I'm informed that public bodies and institutions had invested a total amount of 3.55 billion rupees in Silverbank. Yes, I'm going to say that. As of February 2026, the remaining deposits held by public bodies and institutions at the Silverbank amounted to around 907 million rupees. And they are as follows: 523 million by the COVID-19 projects development, 523. 158 million by the National Insurance Company Limited, and 132 million by the NIC General Insurance Company Limited, both subsidiaries of the National Property Fund Limited. 58 million by the Municipal Council of QPIP, and 36 million by the Sugar Insurance Fund Board. Madam Speaker, as I already stated in this August Assembly, the deposits made by these public bodies and the institutions were purposely done to create a misleading enhancement of Silverbank's balance sheet. Purposely done. This is the significant investment made in a bank with no proven track record. No proven track record speaks for itself that the decision had been driven by intervention from the highest authorities, and we know, in fact, from the former Minister of Finance and the former Financial Secretary. It is ironic to recall, Madam Speaker, that these same authorities had issued a circular way back in 2019 instructing government-related entities to place their surplus cash in treasury certificates, which carry far lower risk. You can guess, Madam Speaker, why the former Minister of Finance revised that decision and ensured that these public bodies and institutions place their money with a bank with no proven track record and hence putting their investments at risk. This also, when you think this guy was given VIP treatment at the airport. For part B of the question, B2 of the question, I'm informed by the Bank of Mauritius that in January 2025, only after a change of government, the conservator made a statement to the police with regard to what appeared to be a conspiracy to defraud Silverbank in favor of Mrs. Ginny Gupta or companies beneficially owned or related to her or to Mr. Pratik Gupta. Subsequent to this statement, the Commissioner of Police referred the matter to the Financial Crimes Commission. 2 suspects have been arrested for the offence of conspiracy to commit money laundering in breach of Section 4 of the Financial Intelligence and Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2002. Interpol has also been requested to place Mr. Gupta on red notice in relation to the investigation in Mauritius. Further actions by the FCC include a disclosure order made on 19 parties who applied and obtained in relation to material financial reports which has been forensically analyzed and which has shown that a total sum of 7.9 billion rupees has been siphoned and transferred to several entities in multiple jurisdictions linked again to Mr. Gupta. 39 loan files secured from Silverbank following search warrants issued under Section 64 of the FCC Act of 2023. 43 witness statements recorded, 11 defense statements from suspects, 2 search warrants under Section 60 issued on premises of suspects, I prefer not to mention the names, who were later arrested for the offence of conspiracy to commit money laundering in breach of Section 4 of FIMLA 2002. Informal cooperation for funds which have already been traced and transferred to foreign jurisdictions and to locate other foreign suspects who have already left Mauritius. An attachment order of $53,000 currently in force up to March 2027 on entities linked to Pratik Gupta. In 8 mutual legal assistance applications are in process with Seychelles, the UK, Malaysia, Singapore, South Africa, British Virgin Islands, USA, and UAE. Concerning Part C of the question, I'm informed by the Bank of Mauritius that the conservator submitted his report on a regular basis. The latest report was submitted in March of 2026. However, as per the Bank of Mauritius Act and the Data Protection Act, these reports cannot be made public until the investigation maybe is over. I'm informed by the Bank of Mauritius that the conservator, Mr. Arvind Gokul, was maintained as conservator as he was already in discussion with a potential buyer of Silverbank. The bank felt replacing him midway in the process would have set the process backwards and cause further delays with additional financial implications with the coming of a new conservator. I'm also informed, Madam Speaker, by the Bank of Mauritius that at the first report of the conservator submitted in March 2024 estimated that non-performing loans amounted to 8.1 billion rupees out of a total loan portfolio of 8.3 billion. 8.3 billion was given, 8.1 dubious. It is unthinkable that such a high level of toxicity of a loan portfolio could have been tolerated by both the Silverbank and the Central Bank, who turned a blind eye to this monumentous mismanagement, if not defrauding people. As at date, only a sheer amount of 209 million rupees have been recovered since the placement of Silverbank under the conservatorship. Madam Speaker, these figures point not only to a clear pattern of gross management, of deliberate fraud, of deliberately misleading the public, the Mauritian public, raising concerns to the control mechanism that governed the operations of Silverbank and the Bank of Mauritius at the time. We have without any reservation condemned the conduct of the bank in the past. It is yet another catastrophic legacy of the previous government, and we now have to deal with it. Today, allow me to reassert our determination and to state unequivocally and forcefully that we will not allow our reputation as a well-regulated international financial sector to be the least tarnished. Madam Speaker, it is precisely for this reason that we are reinforcing our legislative framework through the introduction of the AML CFT CPF bill, which is being discussed at the moment, to further strengthen the fight against money laundering.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Yes, Mr. Bichu.
I thank the Honourable Minister for his reply. Prime Minister, sorry. Madam Speaker, this financial disaster wouldn't have been possible without the egregious violation and collapse of the regulatory framework. Therefore, I would ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether he will initiate a full-fledged commission of inquiry so that the public gets to know the in and outs of this mega financial crime and also the culprits be dragged to court. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, there is no commission of inquiry now. It's public inquiries. But this is why we bring drastic change in the organization of the police and the FCC. This new bill that will come to the House, we will have then people who know how to audit trails. We don't have the ability at the moment. This is why they're getting away with it. We will put in place people who know how to do these works, and we will drag, to use your word, we will drag each and every one of them to court.
Yes, Mr. Juan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Prime Minister mentioned only 209 million
Question.
recovered. Can I know from the Honourable Prime Minister how much the conservatorship cost?
In fact, the result, only 209 million has been recouped. Yeah, only that so far. I'm sorry?
No, don't speak from
Oh,
a
the
sitting-
fees. The fees.
Mr.
I expected
Juman.
this question to come from somebody. The fees of the same person who they kept, the Bank of Mauritius decided to keep him, reduce his fees by half. I can give you the total amount later.
Members should not speak from a sitting position. We can't even hear. I can't hear very well. Also, no more statements before questions. Let me say, it's so easy to use the words who, when, how, whether. Then you put whatever you want. Then it's a question. Leçon de grammaire.
Thank you, Madam. We can see here a very good example of deux poids, deux mesures when we compare the case of the Grammar Bank and the Silver Bank. So, why were the previous government so prompt in the case of the Grammar Bank and so slack when it comes to the Silver Bank? Thank you.
Very good question. Bremer Bank, they cooked up a story of a Ponzi scheme, and then much later, after everything was done, after the Prime Minister, Minister Bada, all these people close to them, took their money from the bank. Then they closed the bank. The public, never mind the public. They can lose the money, but they who already have a lot of money won't lose their money. It was deux pas, deux mesures. This was done on purpose. And we are going to sit on this again.
Okay, yes, Mr. Bichu. Your last.
I'm still choosing my word whether, how, when.
Yes,
So,
please.
How far,
Very good. Very good.
may I ask the Honourable Prime Minister, what quantum of the depositors' money can we expect to recover and give back to them in this particular
That's a
scandal?
It's a very difficult question.
Yes, tall
to
order
answer
for
because
him.
I can't
For the
say.
moment.
They have stolen the money, wherever they placed them, I don't know. So we're going to have to do the audit trail to know.
Thank you so much. Mr. Bijan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B235.
Madam Speaker, Regulation 83.3 of the Road Traffic Construction and Use of Vehicles, Regulations 2010, provides that no person shall modify the exhaust pipe of a motor vehicle likely to cause excessive or unusual noise or to alter the silencer, causing greater noise. I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that constituency number 6, that is Grand-Bé-Poudre-d'Or, is covered by 5 police stations. Since the 1st of March 2026 to the 5th of April 2026, 16 contraventions relating to alterations of silencers to motorcycles exhaust have been issued as follows. 6 cases by the Goodlands Police Station, 3 cases by the Poudodo Police Station, 3 cases by the Plaine de Papaye Police Station, 3 cases by the Grand Gobe Police Station, and 1 case by the Grand Bay Police Station. With a view, Madam Speaker, to strengthening deterrence and curbing down noise pollution from modified exhaust systems, the 4th schedule of the Road Traffic Act has been amended in 2025 to increase the fine related to modified exhaust systems by motor vehicles under Regulation 83.3. It was 2,000 rupees, it is now 10,000 rupees.
Thank you. Yes? Okay, one question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Whether, given that deterrence of modified motorcycle exhaust offences and no wearing of helmet while riding motorcycle requires sustained enforcement capacity during both daytime and nighttime hours, will the Honourable Prime Minister consider directing the Commissioner of Police to allocate additional police officers to each police station so that these police officers can conduct regular monitoring, respond quickly to public complaint, and maintain a visible deterrent presence with adequate equipment? Thank you.
Yes, Prime Minister.
We will, but there is an exercise of recruiting more police officers all the time.
Next time you come straight to the question, please. Yes, Mr. Rukni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the Prime Minister advise if he's satisfied with the work or the enforcement work being done by the police in respect of the motorcycle activities as mentioned by the Honourable Bijan?
One can never be totally satisfied, but we deal with what we have.
Okay, next question. Mr. Duval.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that on the 3rd of April 2026, there have been 31 resignations following the resignation of Honourable Paul Raymond Béranger as Deputy Prime Minister. In regards to Part A of the question, I'm informed that there has not been any resignation from our overseas missions. Regard to Part B of the question, there have been 18 resignations in parastatal bodies. These resignations are on 23rd of March, I'll give the names, Mr. Ashwin Naidu as member of the Mauritius Film Development Corporation. Second, Mr. Keshwar Kumar Jaman as legal advisor for the Sugar Industry Labour Welfare Fund. Mr. Shad Chelapemal as chairperson of the National Youth Council. Mr. Mona Garen Tripathi as board member of the Mauritius Institute of Education. That was on the 23rd of March 2026. On the 24th of March, Ms. Daniela Bastien as part-time chairperson of the Outer Islands Development Corporation. Mr. Lionel Jonathan Lajoie as member of the Conservatoire National de Musique de François Mitterrand Trust Fund. Mr. Iqbal Kalkatia as chairperson of the Mauritius Sports Council. Dr. Kailash Suba as member of the Mauritius Institute of Education. On the 25th of March 2026, Mr. Kritanan Atma as member of the Mauritius Marathi Cultural Center Trust. Ms. Gabriela Batu as member of the National Heritage Fund. Mrs. Marie Corina Catherine Kreis as chairperson of National Adoption Council. Mrs. Brigitte Roussetti as independent member of the National Women's Council. Now, on the 30th of March 2026, 3 persons have resigned from 4 parastatal bodies, namely Mr. Selnavaden Mutusamy as chairperson of the Sugar Industry Labour Welfare Fund and board member of the National Children's Council, Mrs. Nandini Minakshi Miniadi as member of the National Women's Sports Commission, and Ms. Zara Noah Lennon as member of the National Women's Sports Commission. Madam Speaker, there have been 2 further resignations on the 1st and 2nd of April, namely Mrs. Bibi Shira Banu Gulfi Noor Mohamed as independent member of the National Women's Council, and Mr. George David Grenade as member of the Trust Fund for Excellence in Sports. Madam Speaker, as regard to Part C of the questions, there have been 6 resignations in advisory positions in ministries, namely Ambassador Vijay Singh Makan as Special Advisor on Diplomatic and International Trade to the former Deputy Prime Minister on the 20th of March 2026, Mr. Kishore Kumar Pertab as Senior Advisor on Policy and Strategic Matters to the former Deputy Prime Minister on 20th of March 2026. Miss Daniela Bastia as Senior Advisor on Communication and Strategic Matters to the former Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Nabil Mulna as Advisor to the Attorney General. Mr. Shafiq Ahmad as Senior Advisor to the former Deputy Prime Minister on the 23rd of March. Mr. Isham Ali Ibrahim as Senior Advisor on Environmental, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change Matters to the Minister of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change on the 23rd. It's a long list, yeah. As regards for D of the question, 3 resignations have occurred in state-owned enterprises, namely Mr. Med Duba as board member of the State Informatics Limited on the 23rd of March 2026, Mr. Ganesha Singarabelu as Director, State Investment Corporation on the 24th of March 2026, Mr. Kritanan Atma as Chairperson of the Mauritius Housing Company Limited on the 25th of March 2026. As regards to Part E of the question, 4 resignations have occurred in state institutions, namely Mr. Kishore Pertab as Director of Economic Development Board on the 23rd of March 2026, Mr. Vishnaden Singarabelu as Co-opted Council Member of the National Productivity and Competitiveness Council on the 24th of March 2026, Mr. Gérard Michel Olivier as Member of the Sports Arbitration Tribunal on the 24th of March 2026, and Mr. Louis Giovanni Bid Catherine as member of the Price Observatory Committee, whose letter was received on the 30th of March of this year.
Yes, yes.
The Prime Minister forgot to add the name of Mr. José Anasano, who resigned on the 24th of March as well, and who was present in Brazil.
That is not a question.
The question is, Madam Speaker.
You are forever angry because I'm not stopping others.
No, Madam Speaker.
I have stopped many people today. Don't make statements.
Yes. The question is,
Yes.
Madam Speaker, there are key people. Is the Prime Minister agreeable that he should, if he hasn't done so, secure the allegiance of key people who are still in post and that were close to the former Deputy Prime Minister? I will not give names. You will know it better than I. But have these persons now sworn allegiance to government, to yourself, or are they still
I don't think there's a need to
faithful
answer that.
to the former? There is key people in key institutions.
Do you want to
but I know
answer
what
that?
he's trying to say.
So they have.
The question in its... Don't speak. I'm not sure we are still in the chambers today. Somebody is trying to speak. Yes, Mr. Bichu.
Speaker, unless I've missed it, has Ambassador Perrier from Mozambique resigned?
I
or
didn't
is
hear that.
she
No,
still in
Mr.
post?
Bichu, I can tell you, I remember, nobody from abroad resigned.
Yeah, nobody,
Yeah, but
including
you
her.
must listen to the reply. Is that right? Nobody from abroad resigned, right? Okay, where were we? Mr. Duval, you finished with your question? Yes. Okay, so now we got Mr. Tira. What did I was?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. B237.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, I presume the honourable member is referring to 2 brothers, I think they're twins, bearing the same initials, that is ACP. I wish to refer him to my reply to Parliamentary Question B1039 of the sitting of 25th of November 2025, wherein I indicated that Mr. B.R. had on the 28th of March 2023 made a declaration to the Central CID as a precautionary measure against Mr. Arvin Sipi, just to distinguish them. He was the director of Arriva Immobilier Limited, to the effect that he had signed a contract for the purchase of a villa forming part of the Arriva Villas project for the amount of 8.2 million rupees and had paid the 5 million rupees. Later on, Mr. ACP requested him to pay an additional 2.2 million out of the remaining balance of 3.2 million. He refused to pay and he dropped the proposal to purchase the villa. I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that police had started an inquiry into the case and have recorded statements from 6 persons. On the 13th of May 2025, upon completion of the inquiry, the Central CID forwarded a case file to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions for advice. Thereafter, the Director of Public Prosecutions requested for several clarifications which were attended by the police. On the 29th of December 2025, the DPP returned the case file to the police, requesting to inquire into the outcome of civil cases entered by Mr. BR against Mr. ACP and vice versa. The case was fixed for merits before the Supreme Court on the 10th of March 2026. On the 1st of April 2026, the Office of the DPP requested police to provide an update on the outcome of the civil cases entered by Mr. BR against Mr. ACP, who is the director of Arriva Immobilier Limited, and vice versa before the Supreme Court. On the 3rd of April 2026, the Registrar of the Supreme Court informed the police that Mr. BR and Arriva Immobilier Limited had on the 10th of March 2026 agreed before the Supreme Court that Arriva Immobilier Limited would pay to Mr. BR the sum of 5.7 million rupees in full and final settlement before a notary public by the 30th of June of this year. Both parties jointly moved that the agreement be made a judgment of the court, and the motion was granted. Following these developments, the police will refer the case back to the Office of the DPP for advice. On the 25th of February 2025, police had received a second complaint in connection with the Ireva Villa project made by one Mr. VP, who had made a full payment for the purchase of one villa, which had not yet been delivered. The police have initiated an investigation, and so far statements from 6 persons have been recorded. I'm informed, Madam Speaker, by the Financial Crimes Commission that in the light of several complaints made by victims against Venezis property owned by Mr. ACP and Arriva Immobilier Limited owned by the other ACP, investigations for money laundering have been initiated against these 2 companies. The Financial Crimes Commission had in March 2025 and July 2025, following several complaints made by victims, initiated 2 investigations for money laundering with predicate offense of swindling occurring as from the year 2022 against Mr. AC, owner of Venezis property, and Mr. ACP, owner of Arriva Immobilier Limited. 11 victims were interviewed by the Commission and 21 statements have been recorded. 1 person, namely Mr. AC, was arrested. Amount allegedly defrauded is about 50 million. All these for the transactions bearing the seals of public notaries, Mr. KR and Mr. DR, and these 2 public notaries were also interrogated, the last one being on the 2nd of April 2026. The Financial Crime Commission is awaiting information from financial institutions to proceed further.
Yes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. L'honorable Premier ministre, sait-il qu'il y a des cas où les acquéreurs ont déboursé presque la totalité de la somme au promoteur, alors qu'il s'avère, après évaluation, que moins de 50% des travaux ont été complétés? Dans ce contexte, peut-il informer la Chambre où on en est avec les amendements à la loi pour protéger les acquéreurs, comme il l'avait lui-même promis dans sa réponse à ma question B1039 en novembre dernier?
Yes, we are following all this, Madam Speaker. We will do that. The amendments will be voted later because we have other priorities, but we'll be voting.
Thank you. Time is up. Time is up. Now I'm announcing that B249, table has been advised that B249, 254, 245, 250, 248, 244, 247, 253, 242, 240, 252 and 255. I may have repeated, but this is what I've got, have been withdrawn. Now PQB 262 will be replied by Honourable Minister of Local Government. B275 will be replied by Honourable Minister of Housing. B2796 and B309 will be replied by Minister of Tourism, right? I think it might be wiser to break at this stage. rather than start. You want one question? All right. I see you decide, huh? Okay, Ms. Dauriaru, your question. Only one question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B257, please.
Madam Speaker, road congestion remains a persistent challenge, as the House is aware. Mauritius has inherited a colonial-era road network which was designed to satisfy the transport needs of that time and is not adapted to meet modern engineering standards or to cater for the current traffic volumes. The network comprises motorways, main roads A and B roads, and secondary roads. Over the years, the road network has been progressively upgraded to international standards, which includes the development of new motorway infrastructure with 4 to 6 lanes. Our current road network now spans over 3,000 kilometers, with approximately 1,300 kilometers being classified roads. Notwithstanding these improvements, there has been a significant increase in the number of vehicles on our roads. This high concentration of vehicles has contributed to congestion across the island. I'm informed that with a view to addressing road congestion, the Road Development Authority is implementing a series of measures which include, first, the construction of link roads and bypasses, second, junction improvements, and third, the provision of additional lanes across motorways. Moreover, to alleviate congestion at specific locations, the RDA is currently implementing short-term measures, including the following. 1, slip lanes at Naletambi and Saint Paul roads. Second, works along the A23-B70 link road at La Brasserie. Third, slip lane at Côte d'Or along motorway M3. Fourth, proposed slip lane at Ripaille along motorway M3. Fifth, proposed strengthening works along motorway M1. And sixth, proposed construction of flyovers at Canfoucault and La Vigie. Madam Speaker, I am further informed by the RDA that with a view to supporting sustainable development of the island by providing safe and fast connectivity to all parts of the country, as well as addressing traffic congestion, the RDA has been preparing a new strategic road network master plan in consultation with relevant stakeholders. This forward-looking master plan aims to address both current and future traffic demands and will guide the development of the transport infrastructure over the coming decades. The master plan encompasses major projects such as motorway M4, Ring Road Phases 2 and 3, the Jubray-Melrose Link Road, the Calbas-Arsenal-Solitude Link Road, the Tamarin Bypass, and the motorway M5 from the airport to Chemin-Grenier, amongst others. Madam Speaker, the congestion management strategy goes beyond building new roads infrastructure and encompasses a wider set of transport measures. Achieving sustainable mobility requires actions such as better traffic management and stronger public transport systems. This master plan aims to modernize connectivity, address road congestion, and support sustainable growth. Upon finalization, the approval of government will be sought for the implementation of the new strategic road network master plan, which is expected to shape our long-term mobility landscape.
Yes.
Can the Honourable Minister provide the timeline for implementation of the master plan?
We are working on the master plan, and I think it will go to the cabinet quite in the near future, but the implementation will take time. As you know, all road infrastructure projects involve heavy investment, and we know in which economic situation we are faced, the country is faced right now. But for M4, at least the M4 project, with the aid of the Indian government, we are going to start probably in the coming months, probably by July, August, we'll start with the project from Forbach to Bel Air, the M4 project.
Ms. Sabapati, yes, you have one more?
Yes, one more.
She has one more.
Can the Honourable Minister provide data or information of the improvements in traffic flow resulting from the effectiveness of strategies already in place?
I said in my answer that we are at the same time we're working on road projects, but we're working also on mitigation measures, short, quick win projects where we can solve lay-by, where we get slip lanes. We are working on these small projects which can be a quick win. For example, when you see on the highway, the Ripaille, we are having a slip lane. We are having at Naletambi, near Meteo, we'll be having a slip lane. This will at least mitigate the congestion problem.
Yes, Mr. Francois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Minister whether the RDA signed any MOU with the Regional Assembly as regards to technical expertise, collaboration for road development to avoid future congestion and to look into sharing of knowledge in ORIGs?
Yes, we had an MOU, and I recall that when August I was there last year, we signed the MOU with the Regional Assembly between the RDA and the RDA. And just to inform you that the project of the bridge at Muruk will be undertaken. We transfer it to the RDA so that the RDA does that project.
Okay, Ms. Dawiaru, and then Dr. Praya, and then we break.
Could the Honourable Minister state what budgetary allocations have been made for the said project?
You mean for the M4? If for the M4, it is a budgetary provision of 10.8 billion rupees, will be provided by the Indian government through in the form of grant and line of credit.
Yes, Dr. Praya.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could the Honourable Minister please consider to classify roads that were in the past under the purview of the local government, which are more congested than before, and take them under his ministry, under the RDA, so that we can at least have bigger amount of budgetings for those roads?
Yes, Minister.
Yeah, every year we are taking a few roads from non-classified to classified, and you have one from your constituency, Beau Plateau Road, Beau Plateau, I think over there will become classified road, and we are working also on a plan so that the RDA becomes the highway authority. But this will have to get the approval of government, cabinet and everything, so that the RDA can become the authority which looks after all road networks, because we know actually non-classified are taken care by local authorities and classified by RDA, and you have some by NDU. So we have to put some order in that.
Thank you very much, everyone. Now we suspend the sitting. I suspend the sitting for 1.5 hours. Come back at 2:30.
Speaker.
So I think now we are with Mrs. Sababadi. Please.
Thank you, Madam. Question B258.
Madam Speaker, minor FA was an inmate of SOS Children's Village, Bamboo. He absconded and was found safe on 17th October 2025. On 23rd November 2025, he was admitted at Brown Sequoia Mental Health Care Center. Madam Speaker, I am informed that minor had been displaying a pattern of behavioral concerns and absconding tendencies. He first absconded from a residential care institution of Cap Malheureux on 5th May 2024 and was found safe the following day. He was conveyed to the Dr. A.G. G2 hospital where he was admitted. Subsequently, the maternal grandmother, in the presence of the minor's godmother, expressed her willingness to accommodate the minor at her residence. On 13th June 2024, the minor was discharged from AG G2 hospital to the care of the maternal grandmother after all the psychological assessment and necessary inquiry were effected. On 14th August 2024, minor FA was admitted to AG G2 hospital as he started to display signs of anxiety, hallucinations, and aggressiveness, and it was difficult for the grandmother to handle him. On 3rd October 2024, the minor was placed at residential care institution of Cap Malheureux. On 7th October 2024, the minor absconded from the residential care institution and an OB was entered bearing OB number 3687/24. On 13th November 2024, officers of my ministry were informed by the biological mother of the minor that the minor might have been seen loitering in the region of Cité-la-Cure. On the same day, the minor was found safe and was conveyed to G2 hospital. On 13th January 2025, the minor was placed at residential care institution of Cap Malheureux. However, on 16th January 2025, the minor was admitted to SSR National Hospital for medical issues. On 10th February 2025, the minor was accommodated at SOS Children's Village of Bamboo Residential Care Institution. On 23rd November 2025, the minor was admitted to the Brown Sequoia Mental Health Care Center for behavioral issues and was medically discharged on 1st December 2025. As regards Part B of the question, on 16th March 2026, following ingestion of metal bolts, minor was transferred from BSH to G2 hospital for appropriate medical care. Concerning Part C of the question, I'm informed by the Ministry of Health and Wellness that minor's health is stable. As at today, minor has not yet been medically discharged. Madam Speaker, on 17th and 25th March 2026, visits were conducted at G2 hospital by officers of my ministry for assessment purpose, as well as to provide minor support and counseling and inquiring about his health conditions. This case is being followed up and regular contacts are being maintained with the medical staff of the hospital.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Madame Speaker. Je remercie la ministre pour la réponse. L'honorable ministre peut-elle nous dire jusqu'à quand va perdurer ce système d'hospitalisation qui rend prisonniers des enfants innocents, qui les détruisent petit à petit entre shelter, BSH et hôpital? Madame la Présidente, il ne s'agit pas là de réparer un tuyau ou d'asphaltage d'une rue, mais il s'agit de la vie d'un être humain et d'un innocent. Merci.
Ça, c'était un statement. C'est ça, je n'ai pas très bien compris la question, madame.
La question, c'est quand est-ce que ce calvaire va s'arrêter?
Je reformule la question.
Non, c'est pas nécessaire, c'était clair. C'est la deuxième partie qui n'était pas nécessaire.
J'ai une deuxième question.
Non, mais allez, reformulez votre première question.
Madame la Présidente, laissez-moi informer la Chambre que cette question d'hospitalisation de longue durée des enfants nous préoccupe également. C'est pourquoi nous avons jugé bon de mettre sur pied un comité coprésidé par mon collègue, le Attorney General, et moi-même, pour revoir toute la question d'hospitalisation des enfants, et surtout les enfants avec des comportements difficiles. Dans ce comité, nous avons plusieurs stakeholders. Nous avons les membres du SLO, nous avons le DPP qui est présent, nous avons également 2 membres de cette assemblée, en l'occurrence la Chief Whip, Mme Anctil et Mme Tanou, qui font partie de ce comité. Il y a également les probation officers pour revoir toute la situation concernant l'hospitalisation des enfants à l'hôpital Jitu, dans les hôpitaux régionaux, de même que l'hôpital Brown-Séquard. Je sais également que mon collègue, le ministre de la Santé, a déjà proposé à un de ces comités qu'un ward, un dedicated ward, soit aménagé dans un ward à l'hôpital de Flac pour justement que les enfants en difficulté puissent être admis. Je comprends l'inquiétude des membres. Moi aussi, je suis inquiète parce que ces enfants-là ne peuvent pas aller à l'école. C'est une question que nous avons prise avec mon collègue, le ministre de l'Éducation, qui est en train de voir comment est-ce que ces enfants-là puissent continuer leur scolarité tout en étant à l'hôpital.
Yes, second question.
Thank you. La ministre conviendra-t-elle avec moi que c'est un énième échec de la CDU et des shelters du ministère? Qu'est-ce qui sera fait pour changer cette situation? Madame la ministre, je suis tout à fait d'accord avec votre question. On parle du changement, ça fait presque 1 an et demi depuis que nous sommes au pouvoir. Je pense qu'il est normal que nous soyons impatients.
Ne maltraitez pas le micro quand même.
Madame, je ne comprends pas pourquoi l'honorable membre parle d'échec. Parce que quand on parle de cet enfant qui est dans cette question-là, la question qui a été posée par vous-même, l'enfant est toujours sous la charge de l'hôpital parce que l'enfant n'a pas eu sa décharge. Dès que l'enfant est à sa décharge de l'hôpital, bien sûr qu'on fera le nécessaire pour lui trouver soit une famille d'accueil ou alors un shelter, ou bien pourquoi pas ne pas réintégrer l'enfant dans sa famille biologique du moment qu'on est satisfait que l'environnement soit approprié.
OK, Miss Chief Whip, yes, and then Mr. Ramkilawan.
Je vous remercie, Madame. La ministre peut-elle indiquer à la Chambre si un officier de son ministère pourrait, en attendant les recommandations, on sait que ça va prendre du temps et tout, si un officier de son ministère pourrait être au chevet de ce mineur pendant le reste de son hospitalisation, étant donné que ce mineur est sous la responsabilité de son ministère.
Au chevet,
merci.
Vous comprenez?
Pendant l'hospitalisation, l'enfant est à l'hôpital.
Non, au chevet, ça veut dire quoi?
Au chevet, c'est une expression française
oui?
Qui veut dire que attended, un enfant attended par un officier de son ministère.
24 heures sur 24?
Madame la Présidente, il y a déjà les infirmiers, les infirmières qui s'occupent de tous les enfants à l'hôpital. Mais il y a les officiers du ministère qui rendent visite de temps à autre aux enfants hospitalisés.
Non, mais j'ai pas compris. Excusez-moi. Je ne vais pas faire comme le 9 décembre, ne vous inquiétez pas. J'ai pas compris le au chevet, ça implique quoi? Je sais ce que ça veut dire au chevet. Au chevet, ça veut dire s'asseoir avec tout le temps, 24 heures sur 24. C'est ça? Non, donc vous êtes en train de dire ça. Et la ministre répond qu'il n'y a pas des gens du ministère, mais...
Il y a déjà les infirmiers, les infirmières qui s'occupent des enfants 24 sur 24 à l'hôpital. Mais il y a les officiers du ministère qui rendent visite pendant les heures de visite à ces enfants-là.
Non, j'ai déjà alloué une question à M. Ramkelawan. Bien sûr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to ask the Minister whether she can reinforce the monitoring committee, that is those officers who visit the hospital, because during my visit on Sunday itself, doctors stated that for days, the one kid has not been visited by any officer.
Voilà.
Yes, thank you.
OK. Si, monsieur l'honorable membre, monsieur le député, je vais m'en enquérir et voir de quoi il en est exactement.
Yes.
Une toute dernière question, merci Madame la Présidente. De ce que vient tout juste de dire la ministre, que les enfants sont sous surveillance 24 sur 24 à l'hôpital, comment se fait-il que ce jeune homme de 16 ans, FA, admis à l'hôpital et avalé un morceau de métal? Merci.
D'abord, est-ce que vous êtes au courant? Avaler un morceau de métal, oui.
Il est surveillé 24 sur 24.
Attendez, donnez-moi une seconde. Il a été... Non, mais c'était pas à l'hôpital qu'il a pris ce...
Laissez la
Oui,
ministre répondre. Comment?
C'est à Biasech qu'il a avalé ce morceau de métal, puis il a été transféré à l'hôpital Jitu, où il se retrouve actuellement. Merci.
Je pense que cette question-là aurait dû être adressée au ministre de la Santé.
Non, on ne parle pas. On ne parle pas. Madame la ministre, essayez de répondre à la question. C'est quelque chose d'important. Essayez de répondre.
Madame la Présidente, cet enfant est sous la charge de l'hôpital Brown-Séquard. Donc, c'est l'hôpital. Donc, l'officier du ministère ne peut pas être 24 heures sur 24 à encadrer cet enfant-là. Il y a déjà le corps médical qui s'occupe de l'enfant. Les officiers du ministère entrent en jeu pendant les heures de visite.
OK, moi je ne dis plus rien. Moi, évidemment, j'ai mes idées. Fini? OK. On reviendra là-dessus peut-être à une autre occasion. OK. Mr. Kazem, yes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B259, please.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for his question. Madam Speaker, the cooperative sector remains an important pillar of our economic fabric. It promotes collective entrepreneurship, supports livelihoods, and contributes to economic activity in areas such as agriculture, agro-processing, retail, and services. Madam Speaker, the Cooperatives Division provides a number of schemes to promote and support the development of cooperative societies. These schemes are geared towards increasing productive capacity, supporting modernization, encouraging sustainable practices, and improving the operational efficiency of cooperatives. The schemes available for the financial year 2024 and 25 were as follows: the Boost to Local Production Scheme, the Livestock Farming Scheme, the Seedlings Production Schemes, the Zero Budget Natural Farming Scheme, the Digitalization Scheme, and the Waste Recycling Scheme. These schemes are aligned with government's objective of strengthening local production, supporting food security, improving access to quality planting materials, promoting livestock farming, encouraging environmentally sustainable activities, and helping cooperative societies adopt more efficient and modern operating practices. Madam Speaker, since I assumed office, I have laid particular emphasis on stronger oversight, better discipline in the management of public funds, and stricter compliance in the disbursement process. In line with the recommendation of National Audit Office report for the financial years 2022-23 and 23-24, my ministry has put in place reinforced control mechanisms. A project steering committee chaired by the Permanent Secretary of the Cooperatives Division has been set up. A monitoring committee chaired by the Acting Secretary for Cooperative Development has also been set up to oversee compliance with the terms and conditions of the schemes before any disbursement is effected. In addition, a technical evaluation committee has been set up to assess the eligibility of applications prior to the release of funds. Madam Speaker, for the financial year 2024 and 25, following the recommendation of the Technical Evaluation Committee, disbursements were effected to 18 beneficiary cooperative societies under the Boost to Local Production Scheme, the Livestock Farming Scheme, and Digitalization Scheme amounting to 3.5 million, 600,000 rupees and 123,000 rupees respectively. Regarding the remaining schemes, namely the seedling production schemes and the waste recycling scheme, appropriate clearances have not been received by the cooperative societies for the requested development. Hence, no disbursement have been effected. For the financial year 2025 and 26, the Cooperatives Division is implementing the Boost to Local Production Scheme, the Seedling Production Scheme, the Livestock Farming Scheme, the Zero Budget Natural Farming Scheme, the Digitalization Scheme, and as a new measure, the Energy Efficiency Scheme for cooperative societies. The schemes were launched on 27th November 2025. The initial closing date of 13 January 2026 was extended to 30 January 2026. A total of 53 applications was received. As at date, the Technical Evaluation Committee has met on 2 occasions to assess the applications. The evaluation exercise is ongoing. Disbursements will be effected once the project is implemented by the cooperative society, and the latter applies for refund to my ministry. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Honourable Chief Whip.
Merci, Madame. B 260.
I thank the Honourable Member for the question, which once again gives me the opportunity to explain this issue about Maison de Transition. And I must admit, it seems as though that it has caught the attention of many, and for good reason. There was clearly a vide, and this is precisely what we are endeavoring to correct. Et il est un fait que je me suis senti interpellé depuis un long moment by the fact that many people found themselves without homes, without a roof over their heads for various reasons. So fate has it, now that I'm in a position that at least, even though I had taken note of this, and now I'm in a position to change it, and this is precisely what I've started to do. And I do not want to miss that opportunity to make use of this office for such a positive deed. I have already apprised Cabinet of my intention to come forward with the implementation of these Maisons de Transition, and it will basically consist of modular, expandable housing units made out of metal structures. Some people even refer to them as expandable container homes. They will be built on plots of land, state land, where utility services are available. I have mentioned this in August, in this August Assembly at the sitting of the 31st of March 2026. And this project concerns two other ministries, the Ministry of Social Integration, Social Security and National Solidarity, and that of Gender Equality and Family Welfare. I clearly would like to underline once again that I propose to meet with my two colleagues in order to coming forward with the policy framework. Concurrently, the Ministry of Finance is also being kept in the picture.
Thank you. Yes.
Merci, Madame. Can the Minister outline the main challenges that could be encountered in implementing transitional housing initiatives? Thank you.
I think that's a very good question. There are quite a few challenges, I must admit. I mean, the first thing that comes to mind, obviously, is money. That is one of the first challenges that all of us have to face when it comes to any such project. However, there are priorities in life, and one of the priorities of this government is to have roofs over people's head, those who don't have a roof. So obviously, this is a priority. Now, we have to ensure that it is a project that sees the light of day. Another challenge that we face is also to find the appropriate plot of land. And to find that appropriate plot of land, there is an exercise that is being carried out by officers of my ministry and that of the of NHDC. And the objective of that exercise is to identify the appropriate sites geotechnically, the appropriate sites close to amenities, close to transport. We don't want to be faced with problems such as no water, no waste. So therefore, it would be a situation where it is a plug and play, where you have the house is put there and the solution is there for everyone to utilize. But the third issue, which we do have as well, is that who are those who will have access to those homes? And that is the reason why I will be working closely with my two colleagues from the two other ministries in order to come up with a policy framework. Some have suggested that all people should be allowed to have access to those homes. As I said, Madam Speaker, this is a maison de transition, and it is what I understand it to be is an emergency home for an emergency situation. So therefore, I would not want to use the right term is a halfway home, but the halfway home it's more specifically for those who come out from prison at a certain point in time, or need a temporary home as a halfway measure, etc. But this is specifically used for probation issues. I know what I'm talking about. So I don't want to use that term. I would say that those are homes that would be used temporarily for a certain time, and then the authorities, ministries and agencies will have to accompany those people who are qualified to be there to go to a permanent home. So this is be a transition. So there are many challenges.
Je vous remercie, Madame. Puis-je savoir du ministre si les victimes de violences domestiques ainsi que les ex-détenus pourront bénéficier de ce dispositif de logement transitoire? Merci.
It's an interesting point. I do not want to pronounce myself on this at this particular juncture. It will be for my colleagues together with my ministry and finally for Cabinet to decide who will be those who will have access to those homes. Now, if it were in an ideal world, then everyone should have access to all facilities. But we have to ensure we use best practice in various other jurisdictions. What is done in the OECD countries? What is done in countries that neighbor Mauritius, such as South Africa? What is done in Australia? What is done in many other countries? We'll use best practice to see how we could. But then again, I would love to be able to go faster, because right now it is only a theory, but we would like to see it implemented. We have found 2 plots of land, one in Palma and one in constituency number 4. Yes, yes. And it is not. It is not because we have those 2 honourable members who are from. It's just a coincidence. It just happens to be the case. Apart from the fact that they've been on my ensuring that we find solutions, but those are the 2 plots of land that have been found, and we are finalizing the analysis of the suitability. But it looks that it could be there.
Yes.
Oui, je vous remercie. Will the Honourable Minister state whether budgetary provisions will be made for transitional housing in the next financial year? En tout cas, bravo au ministre pour cette belle initiative réfléchie qui permettra aux personnes vulnérables de retrouver stabilité et dignité. Merci.
If only I knew. If only I knew. Let me say one thing. There are projects that are urgent. There are those that are less urgent than others. So obviously, I will have to go and submit before those responsible to ensure that we get the necessary budget. But this is a very important project. And I will also be calling upon the private sector if ever there is a defiance in that effect. So, but we'll find solutions. We'll find solutions.
Thank you. Yes?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I ask the Honourable Minister whether he can enlighten the House as to whether this transitional housing would also be extended to other constituencies, in particular constituency number 11, being given that the housing project in constituency 11 has now come to a halt. Thank you.
I thought it was quite clear.
I believe that, you see, when I'm talking about one project of transitional home, I'm not talking about 100 houses. I'm not talking about huge number of houses. We're talking about maybe the possibility of having at least 15, 20 houses in a locality. So the intention is, yes, to be able to have this bank of houses for transitional purposes in many areas of Mauritius. And if we could start with those 2 places and then gradually move to other areas of Mauritius, that would be the best case scenario. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Seaburn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question B/261, please.
Madam Speaker, I am informed that the football ground at Grand Sable is presently not equipped with lighting facilities. Following my reply to PQ B764 on 27 July 2025, the District Council of Grand Port was requested to submit a detailed funding application estimated at approximately 4 million rupees for the implementation of the project. I am informed that while the project has been proposed under successive budget exercise, namely 2024-2025 and 2025-2026, it could not be implemented due to other priorities and non-availability of funds. At present, no specific provisions are available under the District Council's approved budget for the execution of the project. However, the project has already been included in the list of proposed capital projects under the Small Community Project Program for the financial year 2026-2027. Madam Speaker, I wish to further inform the House that under the existing framework of cooperation, a sum has been earmarked per constituency under the Indian Grant Assistance for Small Community Projects. This mechanism provides an appropriate and dedicated avenue through which priority community-based infrastructure projects, including the installation of lighting facilities at Grand Sable football ground, may be financed and implemented. In this context, the Honourable Member may wish to liaise with his 2 colleagues of his constituency and ensure that this specific project is duly prioritized and formally included within the list of projects submitted under the Indian Grant Programme, so that the necessary funding can be secured and mobilized in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the Honourable Minister also consider providing financial assistance in the forthcoming budget with regards to the football pitch along the coastal region, including football pitch at Bambou-Verrieux and Bois des Amourettes, being given that we are relentlessly campaigning to attract the youth to engage into sports facilities while combating the drug proliferation problem in Mauritius?
Yes, Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Following the PQ B764, which was asked on 22nd July 2025, this request has already been examined and has already been proposed in the next financial year, 2026-2027. I have to say that it depends on the priorities and subject to availability of funds again.
Yes. Mr. Bijan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B262.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I shall reply to PQ B262. I wish to inform the House that the existing lateral access road leading to Anse-Larrey Public Beach measures approximately 475 meters in length and 6 meters in width. With regard to the proposed widening of this road, I am informed that such an undertaking would require the acquisition of a minimum strip of approximately 2 meters along the existing alignment. The road is presently bounded by 6 plots of land on either side, comprising 2 state land portions, 1 privately owned plot, several plots with unidentified ownership. In this context, any land acquisition process would be complex, time-consuming, and subject to statutory procedures. Madam Speaker, I wish to emphasize that no formal request, petition, or representation has been received at the level of the Village Council, the District Council, or my ministry from resident landowners or elected councillors regarding the enlargement of this access road according to the Chief Executive of the Council. As regard financial implication, the estimated cost of the project, including land acquisition, road construction, and associated infrastructure such as road marking, lighting, is around 17 million. However, the District Council currently has a provision of only 3.4 million rupees earmarked for general road rehabilitation works across its villages and is therefore not in a position to undertake such a project at this stage. At present, no specific provision exists under the District Council approved budget for the execution of this project. Madam Speaker, with respect to the construction of an alternative access road to alleviate traffic congestion, particularly during festive period, I am informed that a detailed land survey and feasibility access would first need to be carried out to determine the most appropriate alignment. This would equally entail additional land acquisition and significant financial resources. Madam Speaker, notwithstanding these constraints, Government remains committed to improving public access infrastructure. In this regard, I wish to inform the House that following the request of the Honourable Member, the project has already been included in the list of proposed capital projects under the Small Community Project Programme for the financial year 2026-2027 and will be considered accordingly subject to priorities and availability of funds. Moreover, I am informed that the National Development Unit has funding for road rehabilitation program and the project may, where appropriate, be referred for consideration under this scheme as well. Accordingly, implementation of the project will be subject to availability of funds, completion of required surveys, and compliance with all procedures, including land acquisition. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Bijan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the Honourable Minister arrange for a site visit with all stakeholders, including Mauritius facilities, so that we can ensure well in advance that clearing and lopping works are carried out in a timely manner? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I am agreeable. My ministry will liaise with all the district councils and most facilities. But I think that district council is enough because with the recent recruitment that we have, we can do it in-house, with in-house labor. Yes,
Thank you. Yes. The Honourable François, yes.
Yes, thank you. B/263.
Madam Speaker, the multi-use game area is a community-based fund and fitness program initiated by the Mauritius Telecom Foundation with the objective of promoting healthy living through physical activity, and education for all segments of the population. This was part of its corporate social responsibility activities. There are 13 such facilities, and these have progressively been handed over to the Mauritius Sport Council for their management and operation. The final handing over for the 13 Mugas has just been completed on the 18th March 2026. As regards Rodrigues, I'm informed by the MTF that a sport infrastructure similar to the Muga concept has been constructed by the latter at Baie du Nord in May 2025 for a total cost of around 9.5 million. It is known as Baie du Nord Sports Complex and is managed by the Rodrigues Regional Assembly. As regards to part B of the question, there is no plan for the construction of 2 Mugas by my ministry in the central and eastern region of Rodrigues. The possibility of having 2 additional facilities in Rodrigues as part of the MTF CSR activities rests with the latter, and the RRA may engage with them to secure such facilities.
Yes? All right. Good. Ms. Sanctil?
Merci, Madame. B264.
Madame la Présidente, la WMA m'informe que les projets de tout à l'égout de la circonscription numéro 18 concernent principalement les régions de Belle-Rose, Quatre-Bornes, La Sauce, Palma et Bassin, qui font partie du vaste projet d'assainissement des plaines Williams. Ce grand projet a été lancé en 2000 afin de protéger la principale nappe phréatique de la région de plaine Williams contre la pollution par les eaux usées issues des activités domestiques et industrielles. Dans le cadre de ce projet, les habitants de Belle-Rose et de Quatre-Bornes ont été raccordés au réseau d'égouts publics dans le cadre de 2 contrats d'assainissement suivants. Le premier, le projet d'assainissement de plaine Williams, le 2, donc qui comprend Quatre-Bornes Centre, Sudnac et Belle-Rose, et 2, le deuxième projet de plaine Williams, c'est le 1A, donc West Rosil, un peu plus bas, Southwest Quatre-Bornes et Central Quatre-Bornes. Madame la Présidente, la WMA m'informe que le projet d'assainissement de l'E 2 de plaine Williams a été mené avec la pose de 99,4 km de tuyaux d'égout, le remplacement de 47,4 km de tuyaux d'eau et le raccordement d'environ 10 000 foyers au réseau d'égout public. La WMA m'informe également que dans le cadre du lot E1E, 102 km de tuyaux d'égout ont été installés et qu'environ 6 800 maisons ont été raccordées au réseau public. Depuis, 40 km de canalisation CWA ont été remplacés. Madame la Présidente, suite à la fermeture de ce projet, de ce contrat des plaines Williams en 2018, la WMA a procédé au cours des dernières années à la réalisation progressive des travaux d'assainissement restants dans le cadre des contrats distincts. À ce jour, 4,37 km d'égouts ont été construits et environ 978 maisons ont été raccordées au réseau public grâce à 3 projets menés sur la route Bassin, La Sauce et Quatre-Bornes. Je peux communiquer bien sûr la liste des rues concernées à l'honorable membre si elle le souhaite. La WMA a annoncé qu'un appel d'offres est en cours auprès du CBB pour un projet d'assainissement à Palma et à Quatre-Bornes, comprenant la construction de 6 km de tuyaux et de raccordement de 500 maisons, habitations, maisons. La date limite de dépôt de candidature était le 1er avril 2026. De plus de ce qui précède, la WMA propose de mettre en place un accord cadre, un scheme, comme on dit dans le jargon, pour réaliser les raccordements restants aux égouts domestiques dans les différentes régions concernées et sur différentes périodes financières en fonction des fonds disponibles.
Good, yes.
Je vous remercie, Madame. Au nom des habitants de Palma, le docteur Boulel et moi-même, nous remercions le ministre pour sa réponse. L'honorable ministre peut-il indiquer à la Chambre qui est tenu responsable des retards, de la mauvaise mise en œuvre des raccordements au réseau d'assainissement à Belle-Rose-4 Merci.
Je ne sais pas, madame, si j'ai ces renseignements, mais ce que je peux communiquer à la Chambre, c'est que les travaux de traitement des eaux usées ainsi que le remplacement des tuyaux pour la circonscription numéro 18 étaient initialement prévus dans le cadre d'un projet d'étude à l'égout financé par la Banque européenne d'investissement et le Exim Bank de China. Les travaux de l'E2 ont été achevés en 2014. Toutefois, il faut bien le dire, j'espère que je répondrai à cette question-là. Toutefois, suite à une décision gouvernementale en avril 2015, les travaux ont été interrompus dans le cadre du contrat de l'E1A, financé par BEI, qui n'a abouti qu'à un achèvement partiel des zones concernées. Il a donc été décidé de terminer les travaux restants par étapes. Donc cela a été arrêté en 2015 par l'ancien gouvernement. À ce jour, la première phase des travaux d'assainissement de la route bassin a été achevée et avec 225 maisons raccordées. Qui est responsable? C'est l'ancien qui m'a précédé. Donc, il y a aussi, je peux dire que le contrat le plus récent attribué à Sotravic, dans ce cas de ce projet, les eaux usées à la source 4 bornes et ses environs relevant de la circonscription numéro 13, a pris du retard, initialement prévu pour le 10 février 2025, l'année dernière. Ce contrat a été retardé principalement en raison de l'incapacité de l'entrepreneur à mobiliser les ressources nécessaires. Donc, voilà ce que je peux dire à la Chambre.
À ce stade. Yes.
Si, le ministre peut-il indiquer à la Chambre si les installations de traitement des eaux usées sont soumises à des normes nationales et internationales strictes en matière de protection de l'environnement, assorties d'obligations précises quant à la qualité des rejets? Je vous remercie.
Encore une fois, quand même, ce sont des questions assez techniques, Madame la Présidente, mais je peux dire que le tout à l'égout de Belle-Rose, 4 bornes, sont acheminés vers la station de Saint-Martin. Donc nous avons 3 stations, 3 grosses stations de traitement, donc Saint-Martin, Montagne-Jacot, Grand B et Butte-Tombeau, donc 4. Donc, et les effluents traités sont rejetés en mer à Pointe-Moyenne. Ils sont traités de façon tertiaire. Et la qualité est conforme. La qualité est conforme à la recommandation 2003 relative aux normes de rejet effluent en mer en vertu de la loi de 2024 sur la protection de l'environnement. Et la WMA est responsable de l'exploitation et l'entretien de 4 grandes stations d'épuration, dont l'exploitation et l'entretien de la station de Saint-Martin, qui est sous-traité à un opérateur privé Sotravic.
Miss Colette?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B265, please.
Madam Speaker, this government is committed to the implementation of measures for the modernization and digital transformation of the nation. To this end, 85 million rupees have been earmarked for the next 3 years for the provision of free internet connection to around 7,000 households. That is around 27,000 persons on the social register of Mauritius SRM of the Republic of Mauritius. The primary objective behind this most important budgetary measure of 2025-2026 is to bridge the digital divide and ensure that these vulnerable households are digitally connected. In my reply to a PQ on the subject, on 2nd December 2025, I informed the House that an online platform was being developed to facilitate the implementation of this measure. I'm pleased to inform that the National Empowerment Foundation, NEF, has, as from 4 February 2026, issued 6,140 notices to beneficiaries, 3,530 in Mauritius and 2,610 in Rodrigues, to invite them to avail of Internet gratis from any one of the free Internet service providers, ISPs, of their choice. My ministry has similarly issued 471 notices to those households eligible under the SRM who have opted not to sign the social contract with NEF. Needful is being done to issue notices to around 500 newly eligible households. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to inform that in 2 months, as at 6 April 2026, Internet gratis connection has successfully been provided to around 5,191 households, representing 70% of the household under the SRM. As per reports, 2,415 households, 90% of households in Rodrigues under SRM have been connected as at 6 April 2026. In regard to Rodrigues, the Internet Gratis project was implemented by the NEF, National Empowerment Foundation Division of Rodrigues, falling under my ministry. Madam Speaker, reference has been made recently in the media that a past scheme known as Free Broadband Internet. I would like to remind members that this scheme was introduced in the financial year 2019-2020 and abruptly put to an end in June 2022 by the previous government. En 2022, il paraît qu'il a éclaté, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the implementation of this budget measure is successfully enabling vulnerable families in the Republic of Mauritius, including our citizens in Rodrigues, to be digitally connected and avail of Internet facilities. These households are henceforth benefiting from free Internet connection for their self-development and empowerment while adopting a constructive approach toward learning and developing skills for employability in the digital economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes. What about?
Just,
You did have a question? Okay.
on a technical point of view, may I know from the Honourable Minister whether the free Internet is a one-point connection per house, or is it per family registered under the SRM? Probably there's 2 or 3 families in one household, or?
The project is providing broad-based, home-based Internet connection to the household.
Household, yes. Ms. Colette, you're okay? Thank you. All right. Mr. Kazian?
B266, merci.
Madame la Présidente, comme la Chambre le sait, le conflit au Moyen-Orient a gravement perturbé la chaîne d'approvisionnement en pétrole et en gaz. La State Trading Corporation s'approvisionnant en fuel oil, heavy fuel oil, pour la CEB, pour la production d'électricité, cette dernière doit faire face à une hausse des primes liées aux récents changements d'itinéraire des navires transportant du carburant, comme l'a expliqué ce matin le Premier ministre de la PMQT. Ainsi, la valeur d'une cargaison d'environ 33 500 tonnes de fuel lourd livrée à Port-Louis la semaine dernière a coûté 489 millions de roupies en plus que dans des circonstances normales, soit une augmentation de 68% sur la facture du CEB. À ce rythme, et avec une fréquence moyenne d'une telle cargaison par mois, le coût pour le CEB devient extrêmement important, sinon intenable. Depuis le début de la guerre, la Central Electricity Board a pris un certain nombre de mesures pour gérer ces niveaux de stock de fuel load, de heavy fuel oil, tels que l'optimisation de l'utilisation du charbon, donc on brûle plus de charbon pour économiser l'huile lourde. Donc sur 20 jours, nous avons pu avoir 8 jours supplémentaires de heavy fuel oil. Nous avons eu le report de la maintenance des centrales à charbon. Les centrales à charbon des IPPs ont des périodes de maintenance que nous avons repoussées pour que nous puissions utiliser le maximum de charbon et moins de l'huile lourde, parce que actuellement, ça coûte plus cher que le charbon. Nous avons aussi eu une réduction de notre réserve tournante, c'est-à-dire que le spinning reserve de ce que nous avons. Vous savez, le CEB, en temps normal, ils ont un spinning reserve, c'est comme on dit dans une voiture, une veilleuse. Donc, en principe, nous gardons 35 MW de spinning reserve. Donc, la machine peut augmenter sa capacité de 35 MW en quelques secondes. Donc, nous gardons cette réserve de 35 MW qui coûte. Bien sûr, on brûle à ce moment-là de l'huile lourde pour pouvoir garder la réserve. Ce que nous avons fait, nous avons réduit la réserve de 35 MW à 20-25 MW pour brûler moins d'huile lourde. Mais le risque est là. Si une machine de plus de 30 MW tombe en panne à tout moment, on se retrouve à ce moment-là dans un partial délestage. Donc c'est un risque que nous prenons actuellement, mais c'est un risque calculé. Par ailleurs, Madame la Présidente, la campagne de sensibilisation à la conservation et économie d'énergie qui a débuté en octobre a été maintenue, octobre de l'année dernière, a été maintenue et est en cours de renforcement. Donc j'ai donné des instructions pour qu'on recommence cette campagne de conscientisation d'efficience énergétique, de sobriété énergétique. Mon ministère, en collaboration avec IMO, qui est sous mon ministère, et le CEB, a mis en place une campagne de sensibilisation économie d'énergie visant à réduire la consommation, notamment aux heures de pointe. Cette campagne diffusée sur la MBC à la radio, sur les réseaux sociaux et dans le métro, et dans les établissements scolaires, le public est invité à adopter des pratiques de consommation d'énergie responsables et à éviter les gaspillages. Demain, le Premier ministre préside une réunion sur la crise énergétique. Nous allons faire des propositions pour réglementer et appliquer des pénalités si nécessaire pour ceux et celles qui gaspillent l'électricité et l'énergie. Face au défi actuel, la campagne de sensibilisation est accélérée et ne se limitera pas à la consommation d'électricité aux heures de pointe, mais en général. Madame la Présidente, je tiens à préciser que l'IMO prévoit des interventions ciblées depuis quelque temps, ciblées à des destinations des grands consommateurs d'énergie. On a à Maurice les compagnies, des sociétés, des activités énergivores qui prennent beaucoup d'électricité. Donc nous allons cibler ces organismes, que ce soit privés ou publics. Ainsi, les grands consommateurs d'énergie et secteurs publics et privés seront tenus de soumettre à mon ministère et l'IMO, donc demain on va soumettre ce plan-là, un plan d'action formel détaillant la mise en œuvre des recommandations issues de leur audit énergétique. IMO travaillera en collaboration avec le ministère de l'Environnement afin d'orienter les cellules vertes déjà mises en place au sein d'organismes publics. Quant au secteur privé, des lignes directrices détaillées ont été émises. Madame la Présidente, mon ministère et l'IMO travaillent à l'élaboration d'un règlement d'application de la loi 2011 sur l'efficacité énergétique afin de permettre l'imposition des restrictions temporaires sur la consommation d'électricité pour les usages non essentiels, non liés à la sécurité. Cette mesure de précaution contribuera à gérer l'approvisionnement en fuel lourd, heavy fuel oil, et à prolonger la durée de vie des stocks disponibles en limitant la consommation d'électricité. Quand vous réalisez, une cargaison nous coûte 489 millions de roupies en plus. Le 16 de ce mois-ci, une nouvelle cargaison arrive. Ce sera encore une fois au minimum 489 millions supplémentaire, vous réalisez en espace 14 jours 1 milliard de roupies supplémentaires. Donc, une cargaison nous coûte autour de 1,2 milliard de roupies. 2 cargaisons, ce sera 2,4 milliards de roupies. C'est intenable. Pour cette raison que nous allons faire des propositions demain au comité. Et on a aussi 8 mesures, mais je vais déposer les mesures. On a aussi 8 mesures que nous avons préconisées et que je peux déposer pour la Chambre. Madame la Présidente, je saisis cette occasion pour lancer un appel au public, aux ménages, aux entreprises privées, publiques, collectivités locales, industries, centres commerciaux, hôtels et plus généralement toutes les parties prenantes afin qu'ils utilisent l'électricité efficacement et sans gaspillage pour des activités superflues. Donc nous, on se retrouve, Madame la Présidente, dans une situation de crise énergétique. Le prix continue à augmenter. Avant de venir ici à l'Assemblée nationale, je regardais un reportage où le président Trump dit que ce soir, l'Iran va plus exister. L'accord du monde va changer. Donc vous réalisez, là où vous prenez notre heavy fuel oil à Fujura, ils n'arrivent plus à fournir. On a dû bouger pour aller à Singapour avec les conséquences que nous voyons, 500 millions par cargaison. Donc cette commodité va devenir de plus en plus rare. C'est pour cette raison que hier, j'ai annoncé, le Premier ministre a repris aujourd'hui, j'ai annoncé des propositions concrètes pour combattre à la longue, aux 3 ans à venir, pour combattre ce que nous avons, la dépendance que nous avons sur les produits pétroliers. Donc cela va prendre son temps qu'il faut, mais nous avons amorcé quelque chose.
Merci. Yes.
Je remercie l'honorable ministre pour sa réponse. Puis-je demander au ministre s'il existe déjà un mécanisme où un mécanisme sera mis en place justement pour jauger ou pour définir, pour voir l'efficacité des mesures annoncées, que ce soit à travers des campagnes de sensibilisation ou autres, pour assurer l'efficacité des mesures qui sont en train d'être prises au niveau du ministère. Merci.
Oui, c'est sûr, oui. La question est pertinente et la question est une très bonne question. Oui, c'est vrai. Oui. L'IMO et Marina, deux institutions qui tombent directement sous mon ministère, travaillent à ce que nous avons en temps réel l'efficacité des mesures de la campagne d'efficience énergétique que nous menons depuis quelque temps. Donc, à travers la radio, les explications, les émissions de radio, oui. Donc, depuis la dernière campagne, nous avons pu économiser entre 3 et 6 mégawatts. Donc, entre 3 et 6 mégawatts de... Pardon?
Je croyais que vous aviez fini.
Non.
Non, allez-y.
Allez, vous êtes sûr, je peux, oui. Alors, entre 3 et 6 mégawatts d'économie. Voyez? Donc, cette campagne, c'est vrai. Et un soir, on était dans le rouge. L'année dernière, on était dans le rouge. Et avec la petite campagne d'information, cette campagne de conscientisation, donc ça a descendu à 8 à 9 mégawatts. Oui, donc pour l'instant, on ne peut pas dire combien de millions de roupies nous allons économiser, parce qu'on n'économise pas malheureusement avec le prix qui est actuel, mais il y a un mécanisme de suivi. Oui.
OK, maintenant, Ms. Colette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the Honourable Minister confirm to the House whether the measures his ministry has envisaged will be applicable to Rodrigues Island, including the set of regulations?
Oui.
In toto.
In toto.
In collaboration with the RRA.
In collaboration with the RRA.
Thank you, sir.
It's like a song, huh? It's like a song. Okay. Now the next question is Honourable Jagannath.
Madam the Speaker, please.
I'm sorry. I think we remain in Rodrigues. Yes. Mr. François. Sorry.
Yes, Madam Speaker. B-stroke 267.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I will reply to BQB267 since I am replacing the substantive minister. I wish to inform the House that in accordance with existing procedures, officers who qualify for payment of the night shift, extra duty, or overtime allowances have to submit their claims duly certified by their head of sections at the beginning of every month with respect to claims for the preceding months before payment may be effected. As at date, there are no delays in the payment of night shift or extra duty allowances in respect which claims have already been submitted. However, I am informed that there has been delays in the payment of overtime allowances in some ministries, departments, such as the Ministry of Health and Wellness and the Mauritius Fire and Rescue Service, in view of late submission of claims by eligible officers, as well as budgetary provision for overtime for the financial year 2025-2026 having been exhausted. I am informed that additional fundings have been requested from the Ministry of Finance. Madam Speaker, it has been observed that over the years, overtime costs have been increasing drastically despite the provision of additional human resources. In this context, the Ministry is presently working on new measures in consultation with our ministries, departments concerned on this issue of excessive overtime and allowances for control purposes. These new measures aim to bringing efficiency gains through judicious use of human and financial resources. Thank you, Madam.
Madam Speaker, can I put just one supplementary? I know the Honourable Minister is not the substantive Minister. Is the Honourable Minister aware of the grievance of some public officers in our rigs since the last payment of the allowances over time were effected since October last year? And today, 5 months after, there's a lot of colère parmi les fonctionnaires. How can these grievances be remedied?
Madam Speaker?
Yes?
I can only take the request
I'm all ears.
Yeah, okay. I can only take the request and send it to the substantive minister, the request. Okay?
Thank you. Yes? Okay, okay. Now that's okay? No more questions? Now, Mr. Jagannath.
Madame la Présidente, s'il vous plaît, B-D68.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I understand that the Honourable Member is referring to lands in the vicinity of Avenue Pélican at Saint-Martin in Bellon. With regard to Part A of the question, I am informed that these lands are not state land. With regards to Parts B and C, the issues raised, namely the construction of new buildings and the regularization of the situation of residents whose houses stand thereat, relate to the granting of building and land use permits, which fall within the purview of the District Council of Savane. I am accordingly informed by the District Council of Savane that there are long-standing structures on site that have existed for over 20 years, in addition to some 10 dwellings. The issue is that none of those occupiers possess the necessary title deeds, and consequently no new development has been permitted thereat. Development in this area could potentially be regularized, provided that a legal title is held in the first instance, and that all development activities comply with planning norms and existing legislation. But as the Honourable Member would agree, that is not for me to decide, but for the relevant authorities to pronounce upon.
Yes. Are you all right, Mr. Jagannath? You're happy? Okay. Okay, Honourable First Member for Piton, Dr. Pryor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B269, please.
Madam Speaker, according to International Labour Organization, overtime is generally defined as working time performed in excess of the normal statutory working hours during a day or a week. Madam Speaker, insofar as my ministry is concerned, the question of overtime is directly associated to the fact that there is an obligation to ensure continuity of health services to the population in a 24-hour basis. This includes round-the-clock hospital care services, extended service hours at community health centers and area health centers, and the delivery of new and specialized services such as diabetic foot care, renal transplant follow-up including dialysis, cardiac care, and geriatric services. In addition, there is a chronic shortage of staff at all levels for various reasons, such as attrition, retirement, migration of skilled personnel, and the deaths of qualified professionals in several specialized fields. To ensure continuity of services with the population, my ministry often has no other alternative than to have recourse to overtime work. Moreover, in view of its mandate, my ministry is required to carry out urgent and sustained field intervention often beyond normal working hours in order to ensure timely and effective response to public health emergencies, which inevitably results in overtime costs. Madam Speaker, following my assumption of office, I took note that there were several outstanding bills amounting to more than 2.2 billion rupees, including COVID vaccine, 575 millions, medical disposable, 440 millions, overseas treatment, 500 millions, provision and stores, 148 millions, cleaning of services premises, 95 millions, maintenance of plant and equipment, 70 millions, fuel and oil, 47 millions, and overtime allowances, which was about 688 million rupees. However, further investigations carried out at the level of my ministry and health institutions are revealed that the figures can be far higher. In fact, in many cases, claims have not been settled since as far back as 2015. In some cases, for example, for claims from overseas hospitals, appropriate records also are not available, making settlement of claims extremely difficult. I'm also informed that many officers who had worked overtime didn't submit claims as payments were not being made. Hence, the exact amount outstanding is still unknown. The House may wish to recall that an amount of 500 million rupees was voted through estimates of supplementary expenditure in April 2025 to cater for additional expenses relating to overtime. However, these funds were not sufficient to cover all their outstanding claims. Madam Speaker, in my reply to private notice question on New Cancer Hospital on 8th April 2025, I had informed that the House, that my ministry has inherited a debt burden of over 2.2 billion rupees from the previous government. Again, in my intervention on Budget Speech 25th June 2025, I had emphasized that healthcare workers of various grades had not been paid their duly earned overtime for several months or even years. Madam Speaker, I'm informed that there is presently an outstanding amount of some 530 millions in respect of overtime allowances relating mainly to hospital services, clinical care, field public health operations, ambulance and transport services, laboratory and imaging services, health surveillance activities, maintenance and general services, as well as administrative and support services across regional health institutions and specialized units of the ministry. For instance, outstanding overtime payable to the staff of my ministry, medical staff, 80.6 millions, attendant hospital services, 24.5 million, nurses, 5.5 million. Madam Speaker, with regard to party of the question, the great concern over the cover the following broad categories. A, ambulance staff, including ambulance attendants and ambulance drivers. B, hospital services staff, including attendants, senior attendant, ward assistant, laundry, linen room, and mortuary staff. C, nursing staff and healthcare assistant. D, medical staff, including medical and senior medical health officers and community physicians. E, health surveillance and field public health staff, including insecticide sprayers, rodent control attendant, field supervisors, and health surveillance. F, drivers, lorry loaders, and transport facilitation staff. G, health records, laboratory imaging and technical support staff. H, catering, maintenance, trades and general service staff. And 2, the support and administrative staff across general services, finance, procurement, and human resources section. I also wish to point out that my ministry continues to receive additional claims for overtime performed during previous years, which have not yet been submitted nor consolidated. Madam Speaker, I am further informed that over the past 3 years, overtime expenditure has remained consistently high due to the operational demands placed on the health sector. Madam Speaker, I regard part B of the question. I wish to inform the House that the claims for overtime are being paid and will continue to be paid as and when savings can be identified within the current financial year. In addition, my ministry is working closely with the Ministry of Finance for reallocation of funds from savings under other estimates. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Prayan, are you happy?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Difficult to be happy. I wish to thank the Minister, the Honourable Minister, for this explicit answer, which replies also to the
Come with your question.
question of, no, it's the same question of Honourable from Rodrigues also. In view of the growing financial strain being experienced by healthcare workers, their families, difficulties in meeting their educational needs, their household needs, their health needs, I feel that health workers are being penalized in this situation. And we agree that it's because of the previous regime's doing. Is the Minister envisaging any expedited or special mechanism through the Ministry of Finance to ensure prompt settlement of these outstanding overtime allowances?
I have made it very clear in one sentence. He had never been a minister. If he had been so, he would have known. A minister has got only one power, that we make a request to the Ministry of Finance for the reallocation of funds. Means if funds which are available in other departments which had not been utilized, I have made a request to the Ministry of Finance to allow us to use that money in order to pay whatever we owe to those people.
But his role is to keep you all on your toes. Right.
I thank you for that.
Yes, Mr. François.
Yes. Honourable Minister, does the quantum you just mentioned includes the 25 million or so backlog of payment at the Commission for Health in Rodrigues with an accumulation of around 20 million monthly? A backlog of 25 million. Is that included in your quantum you just mentioned? Or it's just a separate, it's not included?
No. See, I have given a global picture. At the same time, I have categorized all the different groups where we are owing. That's all.
Yeah, all right. Another question.
Is the Minister aware that there are staff that have passed away while waiting for their overtimes and now their relatives are looking for these salaries?
I hope this burden will not be put upon us. We are doing our duty without fear or favor, and we are doing it for the welfare of each and everybody. So this must be very much clear. And those who have looted the country, those who have bled the country white, must be held responsible for that.
Okay, now I think we've gone through round this question, right? Now let us ask Ms. Manon. Ms. Manon is going to speak, please.
Thank you. B270.
Madam Speaker, allow me to thank the Honourable Third Member from Rodrigues to raise this issue, which is causing a considerable inconvenience to workers in Rodrigues who have to sue their employers who are domiciled in Mauritius. The Rodrigues Labour Office is under the purview of the Commission for Tourism, Employment, Labour and Industrial Relations, Information Technology and Telecommunication of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly. However, I'm informed that since 2023, 66 cases have been registered at my ministry for employers domiciled in the island of Mauritius for inquiry and possible court action which involve employees from Rodrigues. Out of those 66 cases, 48 cases in respect of which inquiry has been completed have been referred back to Rodrigues Labour Office for necessary action. 10 cases are still under inquiry at the level of my ministry. 3 cases concern restatement, of which 2 were referred to the Employment Relation Tribunal, where an agreement was reached between the parties and both workers were reinstated. As far as the third case for reinstatement is concerned, although the termination of work was justified, the parties agreed to reach an out-of-court settlement through an ex gratia payment. In regard to the 5 remaining cases, 4 workers have withdrawn their complaints, among others due to cost implication relating to attendance at the industrial court in Mauritius, while the last remaining case has been referred back to Rodrigues Labour Office for further inquiry prior to lodging a case before the Industrial Court of Mauritius. Madam Speaker, as regards the issue of territorial jurisdiction to lodge a case, I'm informed that prior to October 2020, it had been the practice for officers of the Rodrigues Labour Office to lodge cases against defaulting employers, including those domiciled in Mauritius, before the Industrial Court Rodrigues Division, so before the Industrial Court in Rodrigues. However, following a ruling delivered on the 26th of October 2020 in the matter of Johnson Béguet and Miss Arielle Dulcie André against Morito Limited by the Industrial Court Rodrigues Division, the court held that the Court of Rodrigues is not competent to hear cases where a defendant employer is domiciled in Mauritius. Mr. Béguet had, on the 10th of November 2020, written to the Chief Justice of Mauritius requesting a review of the said ruling. However, on 24th November 2020, Mr. Béguet was informed that the reviewing authority had found no valid reason to review the decision, and his application was set aside. Since then, all cases where employers are domiciled in the island of Mauritius, have to be lodged before the Industrial Court in Mauritius. Madam Speaker, as there is considerable inconvenience for a labour dispute involving a worker residing in Rodrigues Island and his employer domiciled in Mauritius to be resolved before the Industrial Court in Mauritius, my ministry is taking up the matter with the Attorney General's office with a view to finding an appropriate solution.
Thank you. Yes.
Merci beaucoup pour la réponse, Monsieur le ministre, l'honorable ministre. Je voudrais quand même vous demander, dans les cas où le tribunal industriel de Rodrigues n'a pas juridiction et où le travailleur est contraint d'intenter une action à Maurice, le ministre peut-il indiquer si une aide financière ou une assistance juridique sera fournie à ces travailleurs afin de couvrir les frais de déplacement et d'hébergement, ou s'ils se voient effectivement refuser l'accès à la justice en raison des contraintes géographiques et financières. Merci.
Madame la Présidente, pour l'instant, il n'y a pas d'assistance financière qui est offerte aux travailleurs rodriguais qui doivent venir à Maurice faire le déplacement pour loger leur affaire en cours. Comme je vous dis, on est en train d'étudier avec le bureau de l'Attorney General si, avec bien sûr le concours du Chief Justice, si on ne pourrait pas faire entendre les cas par le cours industriel à Rodrigues lui-même. On pourrait aussi éventuellement envisager une situation où la Cour puisse ordonner à l'employeur, s'il est trouvé coupable, d'indemniser les frais des déplacements du travailleur rodriguais. Mais tout cela est à l'étude au bureau, entre mon ministère et le bureau de l'Attorney General.
Yes. OK. Il y a d'autres solutions. Hein?
Well replied.
Il y a d'autres solutions. Mr. Seaburn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's question B/271, please.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit that several requests have been received from residents of constituency number 11 regarding improvement of road safety, especially in the highly inhabited areas. The requests pertain mainly to the following: painting of yellow lines for parking prohibitions, painting of yellow boxes, setting of pedestrian crossings, implementation of traffic calming measures such as road humps, limitation of speed by placing traffic signs, and provision of handrails and footpaths, among others. These projects do not warrant feasibility studies as such, as they are fundamentally of small scale. As per normal practice, surveys are conducted and consultative meetings are held with key stakeholders to assess the need for specific projects and determine the most appropriate sites where the improvement works have to be undertaken. Accordingly, upon receipt of requests, the TRMSU coordinates with key stakeholders and the feasibility of the proposed measures or projects are jointly agreed upon. Where warranted, recommendations are made approved and projects are implemented within a reasonable time frame, subject to the availability of funds. In cases where the request measures cannot be implemented due to traffic constraints and other technical reasons, the TRMSU explores alternative solutions to enhance road safety. Madam Speaker, I am further informed by the TRMSU that since 2025, the following measures have been recommended and are currently being implemented in constituency number 11. 1. Painting of single and double yellow lines at 10 locations. 2. Implementation of pedestrian crossing at 2 locations. 3. Implementation of raised table at 3 locations. 4. Implementation of traffic signs and road markings at 5 locations. And 5. Painting of yellow boxes at 2 locations. For the information of the Honourable Member, I am tabling details of the works and locations concerned. Madam Speaker, works involve the painting of yellow lines, traffic signs and road markings, and pedestrian crossings are ongoing and are being implemented by the in-house team of the TRMSU. As regards the supply of traffic signs, I am given to understand, including the replenishment of stock, I am given to understand that the contract has recently been awarded. Works for the construction of raised tables will be implemented through the framework agreement contracts which have been recently awarded as well. I would like to underline that this framework agreement was being considered at the level of the CPB, where it sustained an inordinate delay in its finalization. This is the main reason why the implementation of traffic calming measures could not be carried out earlier. I had explained last week on the issues we face for the finalization of that framework agreement. I wish to assure that traffic calming measures which have remained pending, including the installation of speed tables, will henceforth be implemented across the island, including constituency number 11, within the least possible delay. Thank you.
Is there a supplementary? Yes.
Can I ask the Honourable Minister whether he is in a position to request for financial assistance in the forthcoming budget so that the projects that has been identified by the Road Traffic Safety Management Unit, so that they are being implemented as they are measures of safety concerns for the inhabitants?
Yes, of course, this is being done not only for constituency number 11, but for across the island. It's an ongoing exercise now that we are 2 months away from the budget presentation.
Yes.
Madame la Présidente, B272.
Merci. Bien
Madame
que tout le
Speaker.
monde soit réveillé, c'est bien.
Madam Speaker, government is
Yes.
fully cognizant of the impact of prevailing inflationary pressures on households, particularly on the most vulnerable segments of the populations. Since March 2025, the retail prices of additional commodities were put under price control, maximum markup regime. These include 25% markup was introduced on canned vegetable and 34% on frozen packed vegetable to increase the purchasing power of consumers, especially for low to middle income families. The price control list was extended for new products such as canned sausages, canned poultry like luncheon meat, canned tuna, canned prawns, shrimps, butter and margarine. During the budget 2025-2026, the government has removed VAT on essential commodities such as infant foods, canned vegetables, and frozen packed vegetables. Furthermore, government has put in place a price stabilization fund of 10 billion rupees over a period of 5 years, representing an annual amount of 2 billion rupees. This fund is specially designed to cushion customers against increases in the prices of essential goods. On 26 of August 2025, government introduced a fixed quantum subsidy mechanism under the Price Stabilization Fund on key essential commodities, namely 1. 50 rupees per kg on milk powder. 2. 15 rupees per litre on edible oil. 3. 55 rupees per 900 grams on infant milk powder. 4. 25 rupees per pack of 50 baby diapers. And 5. 10 rupees per 250 grams on processed cheese. This program has subsequently been expanded as follows. 1. On 15th of January 2026, to include a subsidy of 50 cents per unit on adult diapers. And 2. 1st of February 2026, to include a subsidy of 10 rupees per can on canned mackerel and pilchard, as well as 50 rupees per box on essential medicines, namely anti-hypertensive, cardiovascular, and anti-diabetic products, covering some 829 medicines available on the market. Madam Speaker, I wish to underline that this measure is not merely a policy announcement, but it is fully operational. At the end of February 2026, an amount of approximately 641 million rupees for the essential commodities mentioned has already been disbursed under the Price Stabilization Fund. This figure is expected to reach around 900 million rupees by June 2026. The total projected disbursement is around 1.6 billion rupees for the financial year 2025-2026. In addition, an amount of 331 million rupees is being provided to support bakeries for the latter to maintain the price of scheduled bread at 2.60 rupees. These measures are yielding measurable and tangible results. For instance, the subsidy mechanism has contributed to the following. A reduction of approximately 24.2% in the retail price of milk powder. 2. A decrease of around 5.8% in the price of edible oil. 3. Reductions ranging between 5% to 6% for other essential commodities. And 4. Price decreases of up to 42% for certain essential medicines. In fact, it has been found that the prices of some subsidized commodities are even now lower than those prevailing prior to November 2024. This clearly demonstrates the effectiveness of assistance provided by the government. Government is also providing direct financial assistance to vulnerable groups through social aid schemes, including monthly income support, food assistance, and targeted allowances for single mother, children, and persons with disabilities. Madam Speaker, as demonstrated, government has already implemented a comprehensive assistance framework through the Price Stabilization Fund, which directly addresses the impact of inflation on the most vulnerable segments of the population. Nevertheless, government continues to closely monitor developments and remains prepared to further calibrate and expand targeted support measures where necessary in a manner that is both effective and fiscally sustainable. It is to be noted that this is a main item which is being looked into by the Crisis Committee.
Okay, yes, all right. Mr. Amkelawan was first, then you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the Minister organize through his ministry strict control on edible oil, especially because of the low supply, because of some suppliers who are actually hiding some stocks.
Hoarding.
Yeah, exactly.
Hoarding.
Yeah, thank you.
That's the term.
Madam Speaker, I believe that there is full stock of edible oil, but if there is an issue, please contact us on 185 of the hotline.
Merci. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Plus fort, plus fort.
Puis savoir de l'honorable ministre, depuis la mise en pratique du maximum markup en novembre 2024, on est en train de parler de 700 millions de roupies. Je vous explique. Donnez-moi le temps. 700 millions de roupies, pourcentage. Concrètement, aujourd'hui, est-ce qu'on peut avoir une liste comparative entre novembre 2024 et aujourd'hui de certains produits de base? Si vous n'avez pas, vous pouvez déposer à la table.
En fait, j'ai deux listes avec moi. J'ai une liste des prix avec subside. Donc, il y a le lait Farmland, par exemple. Aujourd'hui, c'est en vente à 256 roupies 62. Quand on le compare avec 2024, en novembre 2024, c'était à 274 roupies 90.
Ne nous lisez pas tout.
Donc, je peux donner quelques exemples.
Allez, 3.
Oui, 3 exemples côté subside. OK. Donc, Bega Processed Cheese, 82 roupies 49 aujourd'hui. Et en novembre 2024, c'était à 95 roupies 29. Wow. Et puis, de l'huile Moroil, 71,49 aujourd'hui. Et c'était en novembre, aujourd'hui, et en novembre 2024, c'était à 79,70. J'ai aussi quelques items ici sur les produits maximum markup. Je vais aussi donner 3 items. Donc, McCain, Tradition Fries, 134 roupies 21 aujourd'hui, le prix maximum. Et en novembre 2024, c'était à 183 roupies, soit 36,5% en moins. Donc, deuxième item, Watties Garden Peas, 900 grammes, 170 roupies 54 aujourd'hui, et c'était en novembre 2024, 236 roupies, soit 38% aujourd'hui en moins. Un dernier point, Belinda Red Kidney Beans, 29 roupies 73 aujourd'hui, et en novembre 2024, c'était à 46 roupies, soit 54% en moins. Et aussi, je vais prendre la peine de déposer sur la table. Merci.
Oui, je crois que c'est bien. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre. Heureusement qu'on a bien mangé, ça ne nous donne pas faim. Okay. Any more? Mr. Juman, you finished? Okay, next question has been withdrawn. B273. So now I'm asking for 274. Dr. Omir?
B274, please.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the Financial Services Commission that there are currently 12 leasing companies licensed and operating in Mauritius. 9 of these are domestic, while 3 are global business license holders. Madam Speaker, the FSC carries out on-site inspections for its licensees, including leasing companies using a risk-based approach derived from the National Risk Assessment. Entities falling within very high-risk clusters and carrying out very high-risk ratings are inspected annually, while inspection cycles become longer as the level of risk decreases at either the cluster or entity level, ranging from every 2 to 7 years. Such entities remain subject to ongoing off-site monitoring and supervisory oversight to ensure continued compliance with AML-CFT requirements. Leasing activities were rated as medium risk based on the 2019 NRA report. Based on this risk rating, the FSC deployed its risk-based on-site inspection plan for the sector. During period 2020 to 2024, the FSC conducted 6 on-site inspections. And following the publication of the NRA report 2025, that is last year, whereby the leasing sector was rated at medium-high risk, so more elevated risk, the FSC carried out 3 inspections of leasing companies in 2025. Out of the 9 leasing companies that have been subject to inspections between 2020 and 2025, 3 companies were identified as having shortcomings to a varying extent in their AML-CFT systems and controls. And out of these 3 companies, one leasing company was identified as having serious deficiencies in its AML-CFT controls and was placed under close monitoring by the FSC. As at August 2025, Madam Speaker, the deficiencies identified were still not adequately remedied. Subsequently, that leasing company was placed under investigation, which is still ongoing. Madam Speaker, at this stage, I have been informed that information relating to the investigation is being treated with confidentiality at the level of the Financial Services Commission.
Thank you, Minister. Any questions? Yes, Doctor?
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, may I ask the Honourable Minister whether she has any information in regard to certain leasing companies based in Mauritius who are being used as smoke screen for those who have been recently arrested by the Financial Crime Commission with regard to money laundering and drug trafficking in the acquisition of super luxury cars and pleasure crafts.
Yes,
Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am not aware of the details of any specific case because FSC does not give confidential case-by-case information. However, what I can say is that there is this one case where the clients of that company are being investigated, and there have been collaboration between FSC and FCC, which is ongoing at the moment.
Yes, Dr. Mia.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. May I therefore request the Honourable Minister whether his ministry can conduct an in-depth inquiry, particularly on 2 leasing companies, which I'm going to share the information with you afterwards, who are heavily, at 80%, involved in the acquisition of these super luxury cars and pleasure craft, by particularly one of them, whereby no strict KYC has been done in regards to those who are looking for leasing facilities.
I look forward to receiving that information, and I have also highlighted to the FSC in view of the recent cases since last year that we have read in the press, to increase the on-site inspection of leasing companies which looks like are being used as washing machines for you know, not for dirty money basically. But I look forward to receiving that, which I will then transmit to the FSC. Thank you.
Okay. Is that okay, everyone? All right. Now, so there are so many cases that have been withdrawn. Maybe I shall do this for the moment and tell you. Table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn. B309, 290, 287, 300, 280, 296, 273, 303, 301, 306, 307, and 315. But we still have a little bit of time to finish. Donc, now, okay, so now, Mr. Jagana, yes?
Madam Speaker, please. B275.
I shall, with your permission, I shall reply to Parliamentary Question B275. With regards to Part A, I'm informed that the NSLD, that scope of works consists mainly of upgrading an existing earthen cut-off drain located upstream of the NSLD site up to its discharge point in Rivière Savane, realigning part of the existing drain, constructing 2 new culverts at road crossings along the B9 road and an existing track road, concrete lining of the existing arch bridge near Domaine de Cascade, and ancillary works, including the relocation of existing services and reinstatement of affected areas. The cost of the project is estimated at 128.5 million. Probably take some. As regards Part B, I am further informed by the NSLD that the contract has been awarded to Transinvest Construction Limited. With regards to Part C, the works are expected to be completed by the 28th of December 2026.
Okay. Yes. All right. Next question, Dr. Delvero.
B276, s'il vous plaît.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the registration of small and medium enterprises at my ministry is governed by the provisions of the SME Act 2017. According to the first schedule of the Act, SMEs are categorized as micro-enterprise, where the annual turnover does not exceed 10 million rupees, small enterprise, where the annual turnover exceeds 10 million but does not exceed 30 million rupees, medium enterprise, where the annual enterprise exceed 30 million but does not exceed 100 million, and mid-market enterprise where turnover exceed 100 million but does not exceed 250 million rupees. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that SMEs are not registered by SME Mauritius Limited, which is a government-owned private company falling under the purview of my ministry, but rather by the SME registration unit of my ministry. I am informed that as a date there are 23,429 SMEs registered with my ministry. Regarding Part A of the question, I wish to inform the House that neither SME Mauritius Limited nor my ministry provide any kind of loan to SMEs. In fact, SME can avail of loan facilities from the DBM, the MoBank, the Industrial Finance Corporation of Mauritius, IFCM, as well as from commercial banks. As regards to my ministry, SME Mauritius provides grants to SMEs under various schemes, namely the Business Transformation Scheme, Technology and Innovation Scheme, Market Readiness Scheme, Greening Support Scheme, and Agribusiness Scheme. Madam Speaker, regarding Part B of the question, I am informed that assessments of obstacles faced by business enterprises have been made by several government institutions as follows. The SME division of my ministry continuously carries out assessment of the difficulties faced by SMEs through regular site visits and consultation with SME. SME Mauritius also carries out consultation with SMEs to identify their operational challenges with a view to formulating targeted trainings and schemes in order to address these obstacles. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade of and the Mauritius Chamber of Commerce jointly manage the Trade Obstacles Alert Mechanism since 2015. The platform provides a proactive framework to identify and address trade obstacles encountered by the business community in course of import and export operations. The Mauritius Chamber of Commerce and Industry also conducts regular meetings under specific commissions and committees. For instance, its Commerce, Industry and Services and Economic Commission to take stock of issues and obstacles for its members. Madam Speaker, regarding Part C of the question, I am informed that Mauritius has signed a number of trade agreements with friendly countries, namely the European Union, the UK, China, and India, which provide for duty-free and quota-free access for our locally manufactured products with a view to overcoming of trade barriers. The trade agreements are mainly the Eastern and Southern Africa European Union Economic Partnership Agreement, Eastern and Southern Africa United Kingdom Economic Partnership Agreement, Mauritius-China Trade Agreement, Mauritius-India Comprehensive Economic Cooperation and Partnership Agreement, which is called SECPA, and Mauritius-United Arab Emirates Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. Mauritius is also a member of regional trade blocs such as the SADC, the COMESA, and African Continental Free Trade Area. However, I wish to inform the House that FTAs signed with friendly countries not only benefit Mauritian entrepreneurs, but in some cases, they tend to be more advantageous to the foreign countries exporting to Mauritius. This has even led to situations like dumping of very cheap, low-quality goods from overseas markets. Madam Speaker, regarding measures to support our local enterprises to international, I am informed that a number of export schemes are available and managed by the EDB to boost the competitiveness of export manufacturing enterprises, namely the Trade and Marketing Scheme, Freight Rebate Scheme, Export Credit Guarantee Insurance Scheme, and Participation in International Fairs SME Refund Scheme. Furthermore, my ministry, through SME Mauritius Limited, provides support to SMEs under various grant schemes aimed at assisting enterprises in product development, certification, export readiness, among others. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, Dr. Dawiao.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Could the Honourable Minister consider an impact evaluation or assessment to show how public funds have delivered real growth?
Yes, of course, this can be done.
Good. Dr. Praya.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B277, please.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that a plot of land measuring 8,881 meters square situated at L'Amitié has been duly acquired by government and vested in the District Council of Rivière-du-Remport in October 2025 for the purpose of constructing a football ground together with the necessary amenities. Following the vesting, the site has already been cleared in December 2025, and a site visit was carried out in collaboration with the Ministry of Housing and Land to confirm boundary points and facilitate preparatory works. Madam Speaker, the estimated cost of the project is approximately 40 million rupees. However, due to budgetary constraints, implementation could not proceed during the current financial year. The District Council of Rivière-du-Remport has included this capital project as a priority in its proposal for the financial year 2026-2027. Implementation will therefore proceed once the necessary financial provision is secured, subject to prioritization by the Ministry of Finance and the completion of all required administrative and technical clearances. In the meantime, I have requested the District Council to ensure that the site is maintained in a clean condition. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. No other questions? Okay, I think we will do a last one with Mr. Apollon. Oh, did you have, no, you're calling someone. Mr. Apollon.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. B278.
That's the last question.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that, as already raised under Parliamentary Question B601, Government is fully apprised of the deteriorated condition of the steel jetty at the Maybach waterfront, which has been closed for safety reasons, and for the urgent need for its replacement to ensure public safety while supporting tourism and local economic activities. A document detailing the different structural options currently under consideration for the replacement of the jetty is being tabled for the benefit of the House. These include various design configuration and materials options suitable for the marine environment. Among these, a reinforced concrete structure is one of the leading options under consideration, given its durability, reduced maintenance, and long-term cost effectiveness. Madam Speaker, I am further informed that the estimated cost for the replacement project is approximately 25 million rupees based on preliminary technical assessment carried out by the District Council of Grand Port. In this regard, provision has been made in the forthcoming financial estimate for an interim allocation of 25 million rupees to enable the project to proceed to its preparatory phase in the next financial year. This will cover, among others, the appointment of consultant for detailed design, structure and drawings, the carried out of engineering studies and feasibility assessment, and the undertaking of the environment impact assessment and other statutory process as may be required. These preparatory works will be subject to the approval of the Ministry of Finance and to the necessary clearances from the Ministry of Environment and other authorities. Respected, as regard to part B of the question, Madam Speaker, the project is presently at its preparatory stage. The commencement of physical works will depend on the finalization of the selected structured option, completion of all the technical studies, and the obtaining of the required statutory approvals. Subject to these approvals and financial clearances, implementation will proceed thereafter in a structured and timely manner, and it would be premature at this stage to commit a firm start and completion dates. In the meantime, Madam Speaker, I wish to reassure the House that appropriate safety measures remain in place at the Maber waterfront to ensure public safety pending the implementation of the project.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Ho.
Madam Speaker, thank you, Minister. I thank you for your answer. Can I make a request for a site visit at the Maber waterfront to see this eyesore, which every week are being posted on social media, so that we can give this renovation a priority for the next budget?
Of course, Madam. We can site visit at convenience of the Honourable Member.
In the presence
no
of
problem. Yeah.
all concerned.
No problem.
Thank you. So sweetly said. Time is up. Okay. These are new ones, huh? These are new ones. Okay. The table has been advised that the following PQs, over and above those I've already mentioned, have been withdrawn: B317, 251, 288, 282, 311, 289, 302, 305, 313, 295, 291, 294, 283, 299, 279, 280, 286, 314, 304, 292 and 298 and 312 have been withdrawn. Yes, Prime Minister?
Move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
Thank you. The question is that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statement by Minister.
Yes. Yes, Honourable Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I have to make a statement about a matter raised by the former DPM concerning conversation that I had with him regarding one Mr. Casey. I wish to dispel all doubts that may unfortunately linger after that statement of the former DPM. In fact, it is the former DPM who had called me, and among others, he asked me questions relating to an inquiry which had to be initiated at the level of my ministry regarding a particular school, but which had not started for reasons beyond my control. I also related an incident when the said Mr. Casey had brought someone to my office at MITD Phoenix regarding the same matter, and I had asked them to leave as it was inappropriate for me to speak to them given that an inquiry had been initiated. The conversation, which had hardly started, was cut short by myself as soon as I realized that the person brought to see me wanted to speak about the school, which was subject of the inquiry. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Minister.
Public Bill, second reading.
Yes, Mr. Asiavaden. Honourable Asiavaden.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Minister.
Je ne serai pas long. Et, Madame la Présidente, je suis heureux de commenter ces amendements présentés par ma collègue, the Anti-Money Laundering, Combating the Financing of Terrorism and Countering Proliferation Financing Bill. Madame la Présidente, sûrement les Mauriciens et les Mauriciennes en général qui nous écoutent concernant ces amendements se posent la question: quelle est l'utilité d'emmener ces amendements en 2026? Est-ce que ces amendements sont des priorités, c'est la priorité des priorités de ce gouvernement dans ce contexte où on est? Et moi aussi, je me suis posé la question quand ma collègue a emmené les amendements au cabinet et je me suis fait un devoir d'aller lire. Ce n'est pas vraiment dans ma ligne d'action en tant que ministre, mais je me suis fait un devoir d'aller lire ce qui a été proposé par ma collègue. Et la conclusion qui est sortie assez rapidement, c'est que ce projet de loi est pertinent à l'heure actuelle. Nécessaire, pertinent, nécessaire et d'une importance capitale. Car cela s'inscrit dans une volonté claire, améliorer de manière substantielle l'efficacité de notre pays dans la lutte contre la criminalité financière sous toutes ses formes, qu'il soit blanchiment d'argent, financement du terrorisme ou encore des mécanismes de financement liés à la prolifération. Et aussi, en lisant, en essayant de comprendre, quand même c'est technique, hein, il y a une technicité dans ces amendements, il s'agit également de permettre à nos institutions d'agir avec davantage de rapidité, de précision, d'efficacité face à des pratiques de plus en plus sophistiquées. Il faudra peut-être, pour les Mauriciens et les Mauriciennes en général, de se poser la question pourquoi ces amendements, pourquoi en sommes-nous arrivés là, en avril 2026? La réponse, partielle du moins, est que nous faisons face à l'héritage d'une décennie marquée par un scandale financier de tout genre sous le régime du MSM. Avec comme Premier ministre Pravin Kumar Jagnnath. Une décennie durant laquelle les dérives se sont accumulées, où les garde-fous institutionnels ont été contournés, comme les bouchons de champagne, sautés, où des pratiques inacceptables ont pris racine. Le blanchiment d'argent ne relevait plus de l'exception il y a 10 ans de cette décennie. Il tendait à devenir un véritable pilier du monde opératoire de l'ancien régime. Et c'est précisément pour rompre avec cette logique que nous devons aujourd'hui agir avec détermination. Madame la Présidente, j'ai vu que l'amendement au Banking Act et FIU, section 26, 50, 53A, 69 vont être proposés pour être amendés. Je ne sais pas, en ce qui concerne mes collègues, mais quelque temps de cela, depuis notre arrivée au pouvoir, j'ai entendu parler du reward money. Ce reward money, à mon avis, Madame la Présidente, est un des dossiers qui a profondément marqué l'opinion, les Mauriciens et les Mauriciennes en général. Marqué l'opinion publique. Pour beaucoup de Mauriciens qui m'écoutent ce soir, ce dossier est devenu le symbole même de la dilapidation des fonds publics sous le MSM. Et j'entends certaines personnes disent que, enfin, ils ont la nostalgie du temps du MSM. C'est la dilapidation du fonds. Mais au même moment, c'est la nature même du système qui interpelle. Car ceux qui étaient concernés à un moment donné, Madame la Présidente, qui étaient touchés, c'était le cœur même de nos institutions. Quand des unités comme le Special Striking Team, le Special Intelligence Cell, the Counter-Terrorism Unit, the Force Crime Intelligence Unit étaient touchés, la population était choquée, pour ne pas dire scandalisée, quand nous avons vu des retraits en espèces. Aller à la banque, essayer de faire un retrait de 300 000 roupies. Ou aller à la banque, le Mauricien qui m'écoute ce soir, aller à la banque, essayer de mettre 50 000 roupies que vous avez eu en cadeau de vos enfants de l'étranger. La banque vous demande the source of fund. La banque vous demande de remplir une fiche pour mettre 200 000 roupies en cash. Et ici, entre le 18 octobre 2024 et le 7 novembre 2024, pas moins de 14 millions de roupies ont été retirés du compte d'un ACP de police sous l'ancien régime MSM. Alors que le Premier ministre s'asseyait là, ici, à la place de l'honorable Sababati. Ces retraits, Madame la Présidente, effectués en raison de 1 million de roupies par jour. Mais cela n'a ring the bell pour personne. L'ancien ministre des Finances, Padayachi, l'ancien Premier ministre, mais n'a rien vu. 14 millions de roupies de retrait chaque jour. Oui. Justement, ces retraits effectués en raison de 1 million de roupies par jour dépassaient largement les plafonds fixés par la Financial Intelligence Anti-Money Laundering Act. Justement, juste avant les élections. Vous voyez la pertinence de ces amendements? Je n'ai pas l'habitude de féliciter les gens trop facilement, moi. Mais là, je suis obligé de féliciter ma collègue. C'est un fait que là, la pertinence est là. C'est précisément pour répondre à ce type de dérive de reward money, que les amendements proposés à la législation bancaire prennent tout leur sens. Ainsi, la modification apportée à la section 26.2 de la Bank of Mauritius pourra désormais divulguer toute information nécessaire pour faire un signalement ou transmettre un dossier aux autorités. Madame la Présidente, j'ai écouté avec attention ce matin. Quand j'ai lu l'amendement à la Banking Act, section 53, 64, 64A, 64B, 64C, je vous le dis, il y a beaucoup de technicité dans ces amendements. Quand j'ai écouté avec attention la réponse du Premier ministre ce matin, Silverbank. C'est vrai, moi je pense que l'ancien Premier ministre a raison de se cacher. Non, a raison de se cacher, on le voit que simplement quand il y a des dépôts gerbes. Si aujourd'hui nous sommes contraints de procéder à ces amendements à la Banking Act, ce n'est pas le fruit du hasard. Vous réalisez, de 2022 à 2023. Laissez-moi répéter ce que le Premier ministre avait dit ce matin. De 2022 à 2023, 7 sociétés liées à un homme d'affaires indien, j'ai oublié son nom, Gupta, l'ami de Padayachi, Gupta, ont obtenu des prêts toxiques, toxic loan, d'un montant variant de 157 millions à 200 millions chacun. Au total, 1,2 milliard qui a été débloqué par cette banque, aujourd'hui en liquidation. Le MSM, ça c'est le temps du MSM. Et on voit aujourd'hui la pertinence de ce que l'honorable membre emmène en ce qui concerne les amendements. Madame la Présidente, l'affaire Silverbank n'est pas un cas isolé, malheureusement pour le pays. Elle est le symptôme d'un système MSM qui nécessitait une réforme en profondeur. Ces amendements viennent précisément combler les lacunes qui ont permis l'émergence de tels abus en renforçant la transparence, la supervision et la coopération entre institutions. Madame la Présidente, je suis avec mon heure. Maradiva, encore une fois, le papa qui m'écoute ce soir ou la maman qui m'écoute ce soir, Maradiva, c'est votre argent qui a été dévalisé. C'est l'argent de la State Bank, l'argent des fonctionnaires. 470 millions de roupies donnés à une compagnie que je ne connaissais même pas le nom. Dina Anavatam, plus connu sous Mahadiva. Une affaire troublante. 470 millions de roupies accordés en juillet 2024, à la veille des élections générales, par la State Bank of Mauritius, dont le propriétaire est, on le connaît, le beau-frère du Premier ministre, la cuisine, Don Georges. L'ancien Premier ministre. Oui, l'ancien Premier ministre. Voilà. Ouais, l'ancien Premier ministre. Pour vous dire, Madame la Présidente, que c'est précisément pour répondre à ce type de situation que le projet de loi amende désormais la Company Act en redéfinissant la notion de beneficial owner. Désormais, il ne s'agit plus seulement de détenteur officiel d'actions, mais de toute personne qui contrôle réellement une société, directement ou indirectement. Ce n'est pas fini, Madame la Présidente. Vous réalisez, au lendemain de la Covid, alors que le pays est encore meurtri, MIC, ils ont dévalisé. Quand j'étais juste à côté, ici, dans l'opposition, je me suis servi du mot « bongolais ». J'ai dû retirer ce mot par l'ancien speaker, quand je disais qu'on a bongolé. Allez voir le mot « bongolais ». Bongolé, tout ce que le peuple a travaillé pendant des années. Des transactions, ils ont bongolé d'abord l'héritage de la population. Dévaliser l'héritage de la population, plusieurs milliards de roupies sous le Covid, selon leur réflexion pour aider les compagnies, alors que c'était pour aider Pack and Blister, pour aider... Comment? Les amis d'enfance. Justement, 2 milliards de roupies bangolées, Madame la Présidente. C'est dans cette optique, Madame la Présidente, que nous saluons les amendements emmenés cet après-midi. Et c'est pas fini. On n'a pas, je pense que les Mauriciens et les Mauriciennes en général n'ont pas oublié l'affaire de Ambre Hotel. Ambre Hotel, le rachat de l'Ambre Hotel ont particulièrement retenu l'attention dans le cas de Ambre Hotel, un accord conclu en 2022 pour un montant de 2,1 milliards de roupies a finalement donné lieu à un paiement de 48 millions d'euros en 2024, soit environ 2,4 milliards de roupies. Et l'écart, le Premier ministre disait ça ce matin, l'écart, vous savez l'écart de combien? 300 millions de roupies. 300 millions de roupies qui a changé de compte. 300 millions de roupies qui est sorti sur un compte pour aller sur un autre compte pour la commission. Vous réalisez, Madame la Présidente, un paiement de devise dans un contexte de tension sur les réserves soulève des questions fondamentales sur la transparence au temps du MSM, sur la gouvernance au temps du MSM et l'opacité sous l'ancien régime MSM. Encore une fois, je salue ma collègue, mais ce n'est pas fini, c'est malheureux pour ce pays. Peut-être on a oublié, certains ont oublié dans ce pays l'affaire Bet 365. Un attorney general, l'ancien attorney general, Madame la Présidente, un scandale financier sous l'ancien régime, touchant l'ancien attorney general, qui s'est retrouvé au cœur de l'affaire 365. Un moment dans ce pays. Et vous êtes étonné que nous sommes visés, nous sommes sous la menace de grey listing de la FATF. On ne peut pas être étonné quand on a des telles personnes pour diriger notre pays. Un attorney général, à un moment donné, fut accusé d'avoir facilité le déblocage des gains de plusieurs dizaines de millions de roupies auprès d'une plateforme Bet 365. D'être intervenu, l'ancien attorney général Ravi Rigadou, avocat des Jacknat, est intervenu au-delà de ses fonctions. Vous réalisez, l'attorney général, d'avoir participé à la mise en place d'un montage financier international impliquant des comptes à Dubaï et en Suisse. L'ancien attorney général. Vous réalisez quel niveau d'attorney général on est arrivé dans, on est tombé dans ce... On avait touché le fond à un moment donné. Comment? Ouais. Ah, il est le conseil. Il était. Madame la Présidente, de duty free, mais il y en a beaucoup, dit Covid-19. Vous vous rappelez comment la population a souffert pendant la période de Covid-19? La période de Covid-19 restera l'un des moments les plus difficiles, les plus durs de notre histoire récente. Elle a également relevé des pratiques profondément préoccupantes. Ainsi, la population a fait face à la peur, vous vous rappelez, à la maladie, à l'incertitude, ou au même moment des contrats de plusieurs centaines de millions de roupies ont été attribués par la STC dans des conditions qui continuent d'interroger quincaillerie, bijouterie, entreprises nouvellement créées ont obtenu des contrats. Et ces gens-là, aujourd'hui, osent nous pointer du doigt. Ce MSM-là ose nous pointer du doigt. Quand des Rolex sont en circulation partout dans des valises, hein? Justement, ce contraste entre la détresse de la population et certaines décisions prises dans ce temps dans l'attribution des marchés publics est profondément troublant. Ces situations mettent en lumière l'importance des amendements récents à la Financial Intelligence and Anti-Money Laundering Act. Grâce à la section 10A, la FIU peut désormais suspendre toute transaction suspecte et demander des informations supplémentaires, empêchant ainsi des flux financiers douteux de se concrétiser, comme au temps du MSM. Et c'est pas fini. Mami Ravatomanga, pour réaliser 7,3 milliards de roupies ont été transférés sous le régime du MSM. 7,3 milliards de roupies effectués à différentes périodes qui soulèvent des interrogations majeures. Comment autant d'argent ont pu atterrir sur des comptes ici à Maurice sans qu'aucune institution ne voit rien, aucun responsable ne voit, aucun Premier ministre ne lève, qui est responsable suprême du pays, ne voit rien. Vous réalisez avec qui vous vous êtes assis, vous réalisez 7,3 milliards de roupies. Ouais. Madame la Présidente, vous voyez, après que je suis retourné un peu dans le passé, j'ai dû le faire, simplement pour que la population réalise dans quelle priorité nous emmenons ces amendements. La priorité, c'est que nous faisons face à une menace. Et la menace, c'est telle que nous devons mettre tout en pratique pour que les institutions fonctionnent. Car sans des institutions fortes, crédibles, cohérentes, nous n'allons pas pouvoir faire avancer ce pays. Maurice, Madame la Présidente, doit demeurer une juridiction respectée, fiable, exemplaire. À mon avis, c'est une question de souveraineté, c'est une question d'intégrité, c'est une question d'honneur national. Madame la Présidente, sincèrement, je suis heureux de soutenir pleinement ce projet de loi. Merci.
Je vous remercie. Nous allons lever la séance pour une demi-heure.
Madame la Présidente, j'interviens sur ce projet de loi dans un contexte très particulier, probablement historique, parce que ce projet de loi suit la démission de l'ancien Deputy Prime Minister, l'honorable Paul Béranger, qui a évoqué justement les raisons dans lesquelles ce projet de loi est emmené aujourd'hui au Parlement comme une des défaillances du gouvernement qui le pousse, qui l'a poussé donc vers la sortie. C'est dans ce contexte, un député Prime Minister qui démissionne au cou de son parti et de ses camarades de parti et bon, crois histoire qui s'agrège là. Et donc...
Je n'ai pas bien suivi. Il a démissionné au coup... Qu'est-ce que vous avez dit?
Au coup probable de son parti et de son amitié qui le lie à ses camarades de parti, voilà un qui arrive, de longue date. Et donc, un exercice très particulier. Pas du tout, pas du tout. Je m'explique, Madame la Présidente. Donc, le député Prime Minister quitte sa fonction, ses privilèges, et bien sûr, il quitte tout ce qu'il a acquis. Tout ce qu'il a acquis dans cette grande et large victoire sans équivoque, de 60-0, exactement. 60-0, 19 députés au début, et 8 ministres. Il quitte tout ça. Son poste de député Prime Minister sans portefeuille, il quitte tout ça et il cite...
May I stop you for a minute? I can understand your introduction.
Yes.
But you will not be, I will not allow you to speak for so long
Of course.
on the issue
Of course.
of Honourable Paul Béranger.
I'm getting to it.
Yeah.
I'm tying
Please,
it. Yes, no.
Please get to the
absolutely,
talk
Madam
on the
Speaker.
bill. Talk on the bill.
Absolutely. What I am saying, Madam Speaker, is that he's done that in the name of what? In the name of the fear of Mauritius being put on the FATF grey list. That is his reason, amongst others. I put a question today to know the others. It hasn't come. But that is one reason, and that is the reason reported by international press, financial and business media outlets, organizations, Reuters, Bloomberg, Business Day, Binance, amongst many others. And what they say? They say that he mentioned also the risk of Mauritius being placed on regional anti-money laundering grey list covering Southern and Eastern Africa as one of his fer de lance for motivating his resignation at the enormous cost that it turns out to be costing him. And yet, it would have been a historic day for him to put these very objections unanswered today. And he isn't here. I hope that we will have the opportunity to hear, because he owes it to the nation and to all those hundreds of thousands of people who voted for him to know exactly his
Will you sit down for a minute?
Yes.
Will you sit down?
Yes.
I am sorry. You are still on a political landslide. You're not talking about the bill.
Madam Speaker, I've listened to the Honourable Patrick Asher-Baden. You have too. I haven't once heard any section of any provision being referred. If that be the case, Madam Speaker, I'm moving on. My point has been made, and it is not a point against you, Honourable Asevaden. The point I'm trying to make is we owe it to the nation, especially when we've cited these as the main thrust of a resignation, to come and debate here in the House and explain. And he went as far as to say that this bill, although a step in the right direction, is not nearly enough to combat corruption and money laundering in this country. So I hope that he will enlighten us. That being said, Madam Speaker, this bill, and that will be the main contention, my main contention today, this bill is nothing but a cosmetic arrangement to please the FATF. Why? Because the existing legal provisions under the many legislation, I will get to them, under the FCC Act, under FIAMLA, under the FSC Act, and under all the other legal provisions which are being amended under this Miscellaneous Provisions Bill, already give adequate powers to law enforcement agencies, to reporting agencies, and while they have those powers, not nearly enough is being done, either by this administration or previous administrations. And I'll get to it. What is the current legislative framework that we have? Let us look at the FCC Act, which is a part of this bill. You will see, Madam Speaker, Section 36, money laundering, that any person who engages in a transaction which involves property, whether in whole, in part, directly or indirectly, represents the proceeds of the crime, then where he suspects or has reasonable grounds to suspect that the property is derived or realized in whole or in part, directly or indirectly, from any crime, shall commit an offence and on conviction be liable to a fine not exceeding 20 million rupees and to a penal servitude not exceeding 10 years. That is Section 36. Then there's Section 52, obligations of legal persons, to be read with Section 2. What is a legal person? It means any entity, including a private entity other than a natural person, therefore other than a physical person. So 52, obligations of legal persons, Madam Speaker. A legal person shall ensure that it has adequate procedures in place which are reasonably necessary to prevent it or any person acting on its behalf from committing an offence under this part, failing which it shall commit an offence, on conviction, be liable to a fine not exceeding 20 million rupees. That is for the company. There is a subsection 2 to Section 52. The Commission may, after consultation with the relevant supervisory authority, issue appropriate guidelines to a legal person on the adequate procedures which the legal person shall put in place. That, I will come to it later, is for the FCC to do. Then there is Section 53, liability of legal persons. A legal person shall be guilty of an offence. Under this part, if any of its directors, senior managers, any other persons involved in its management, any of its officers, agents, representatives, having the authority to act on its behalf, commits an offence under this Act for the benefit of the legal person. And finally, there's Section 56, which is being amended under this Act. Referrals to the Commission, that is to the Financial Crimes Commission. Notwithstanding any other enactment where in the discharge of his function under J, any other person, it applies to legal persons, then that person has reasonable ground to suspect that an offence under this Act or the Declaration of Assets Act has been or is being likely to be committed, he shall refer, that is, including that legal person, shall refer the matter to the Commission for investigation. And there's an offence provided under Section 141 where you fail to comply. So that is the existing legal framework that has existed since the coming into force of the FCC Act. Let us look at Section 52.2, that is, that the Commission may come with guidelines. The Act imposes an obligation on any person to adhere to those guidelines. Yet, there's a discrepancy which is very important to understand in the application of this Act by the FCC. I will get to this, but first I will say on record that I commend the FCC for the work it has been doing so far. I think that the FCC is doing a commendable work. It is regrettable that the director is still operating under an interim, in an interim capacity under a 9-month contract which is about to expire. And I hope that the Prime Minister will see to it that this situation can no longer continue and that a full-fledged director ought to be appointed at the FCC. That being said, let me come to the guidelines which the very FCC, the very same FCC under that director has published. And I will say, Madam Speaker, that these guidelines show that the FCC did not properly understand and implement its mandate under Section 52.2, which I have previously read, which imposes an obligation. The distinction between shall and may or should is a great one. Madam Speaker, the guidelines published by the FCC are guidelines which, again, guide legal persons, that is, all those private entities operating in various sectors in Mauritius who deal with persons who may be dealing with illicit money, with proceeds of crimes. And the guidelines, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, I was expecting the Minister to come and clarify this very essential aspect of enforcement of whether it is the anti-money laundering, miscellaneous provisions, what it aims, because it aims, let us not forget, it aims to improve the country's efficiency in combating criminality, including money laundering, and to put in place the necessary measures and safeguards to make it more difficult. Then you would assume that the Minister would have realized the discrepancy between the guidelines, which uses terms like may. Let me read for you to illustrate. Principle 2, for example, the conduct of risk assessment, which is essential in ensuring that we can detect and that we can stop any illicit transaction by the legal entity. It says, conduct of risk assessment. And it says that for the purposes of the assessment, the following, which are not limitative, may be considered. These are the terms this is the words chosen under the guideline. May be considered. And it gives various different, very essential points, I must say, in its guideline. For example, that it is recommended that legal person conduct and document any risk assessment at such interval which is appropriate for the sector in which the legal person operates, and when there is a change in law or circumstance of the business, to identify, analyze, assess, prioritize its internal and external Part 3 offences risks, that is Part 3 of the FCC Act. For example, it also says, another example, that depending on the size of your organization, the higher the risk, the bigger the size, then it ought to be proportionate to the extent to which you place resources and, of course, that you adhere to these measures. But the very problem of the guidelines, Mr. Speaker, and this is what I'm trying to illustrate, is that these guidelines are merely recommendations. It uses words like may. The company may adopt. The company may report. The company may report if it finds that there is a prête-nom. The company may report if it thinks that there is the use of financing of drug money. It may do that. That is the FCC saying that. And the law says it shall. The company shall. The Commission may, after consultation with the relevant supervisory authority, issue appropriate guidelines to a legal person, which the legal person shall put in place. So there's a huge problem, firstly, with what the FCC is doing as per its mandate, a clear mandate, and how it is discharging it, implementing it. That is the first issue that I would have hoped would have been addressed under this miscellaneous provision. And I will illustrate the point. I said that the FCC is doing a tremendous work. I stand by it. We've all seen in the recent days and the recent weeks and the recent months since this government has been in power, even before, the constant the comings and goings. Comings for that matter, not goings, because government had a good idea to dispose of proceeds of crime which are being suspected pending trial. I support that as well. But the comings of vehicles in the hundreds, boats, vehicles, motorcycles, luxury items. We're talking of luxury vehicles that cost more than a house. The public has seen very recently cars being brought at dealerships by one person totaling 50, 60 million rupees for one person. Young persons with no professional background, funds channeling from the USA coming to Mauritius. And you said, the minister did say that it is becoming more and more sophisticated. True it is, and this is why you need to adapt yourself to the changing infrastructure, to the changing framework of how money laundering now is being used to circumvent the existing framework. But what do we see, Madam Speaker? We see people going to a car dealership, buying 100 cars, Madam Speaker, 100 cars in one transaction. We see cars in the millions being bought by people of dubious character, some with criminal records. We see, là, because nous a fait 2025, là, toi qui es dans le pouvoir, because 2025, 3 lotos 50 millions 2025, public pégueté. The point is, 2025, système budgétaire, avant mon taxe. People have seen it. And look, I'm not criticizing this government. I am trying to get to the crux of the matter myself. I'm trying to give you my take on what I think should be done to better the system. There clearly is an abuse of the system, Madam Speaker. Clearly, we are chasing the dog's tail and not tackling the problem head on. What are we doing? We're looking at money laundering, at how the assets that it has been converted into. But what about the money that has been laundered? The 50 million rupees when it went into the car dealership, isn't that laundered money? Should we not apply these various provisions that I have spoken about to go into the crux of the matter? If we want to make an example for FATF, if we want to convince FATF that we are not simply swallowing what they are giving us, we are going over and above, looking at the Mauritian context, understanding the problem, realizing that we have an issue, and addressing that issue, then we are doomed, Madam Speaker, and the Deputy Prime Minister démissionnaire would il aurait eu raison, finalement, if we're not doing it. And what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, it's very simple, and I hope the Minister takes it on board. It is about time that car dealers who deals in the millions, who have no reporting duty under FIAMLA, no reporting duty. Although I've stated the reporting duty under the FCC, it has never been applied. I had a question today coming in Parliament. I can already give you the answer. 0 prosecutions have been laid under the various provisions that I have cited. 0 prosecutions to any of those persons in this industry. 0. That is the truth. And therefore, what I was saying, Madam Speaker, therefore we need to rethink the system. Car dealers have to have a mandatory reporting requirement under FIAMLA, like a real estate agent does. How does it make sense that a real estate agent who's leasing a home for 5,000 rupees have to go for KYC, have to look at the source of wealth, have to look at all of these issues, but someone who's selling a car for 20 million rupees doesn't? How does that make sense? And we all know that the car industry is one which is the most flourishing, regardless of the measures. Madam Speaker, yes. The second issue is car leasing. I have listened attentivement to the Minister's reply. Madam Speaker, for car leasing, it is clear that, in fact, it was highlighted in the I will tell you where it was highlighted. In the ESAMLAG mutual evaluation report of July 2018, you could see there was a problem. For the last 5 years of that evaluation, there had been only three reports made by leasing companies of suspicious transactions. For the whole of 5 years. You've answered today, the Minister has answered, that since 2020, the 9 domestic leasing companies, there has been only one serious investigation for serious deficiency. But we all know that all these cars are being financed by leasing companies. We all know as well that the reporting duty of leasing companies is and has to be reviewed. How can a company who is involved in a cleaning service, which owns 3 or 4 Toyota 4x4s worth 3 million rupees, have total assets of 10 million rupees, have a sudden inflation of its revenues in the last 5-6 months, now go and subscribe to a leasing to buy a luxury vehicle worth 15 million rupees, which has no connection to its business and it does not fit any essential purpose for its business. How can that person not be made to report that transaction? How? Madam Speaker, I am pressed by time. I will finish on car rental companies. I hope the Minister will take that on board. The latest investigations by the FCC have shown car rental companies, 300 cars being owned by people who are suspected to be involved in money laundering and drug transactions. Is it not time for a major review of car rental industry, together with the FIU, the MRA, the FCC, and all the other investigative and monitoring bodies, so that we have an overhaul and a real audit and get an idea of the real situation. Madam Speaker, I will finish since I have, unfortunately, to conclude by saying this. I said that the situation shows, unfortunately, the failure of this administration and previous administrations in dealing with the real issue. And we've seen, Madam Speaker, that there have been persons who have taken advantage of the system, of the red carpet treatment that has been offered in the past to invest massively in our economy. Who does not remember Alvaro Sobrino? Who does not remember Mamia Ravatomanga? And we have to agree, Madam Speaker, that there is no difference between the two. Both are billionaires. Both are politically exposed persons. Both have been accused of embezzlement of public funds in their respective countries. Both have been given red carpet treatment. Both. Doesn't matter who it is. You have to realize. You have to realize. Look, I was not going into that. I was not going to go into that. But the Honourable Asif Adel was saying something earlier. He did not maybe realize that this has been going on for at least 3 administrations. Now I will tell you something. Both invested in multi-million, if not billion rupees in the property sector, the financial services sector, the banking sector. Both have been subjected to investigation by international bodies. And both have tarnished our financial services sector in Mauritius and our reputation. And both were not fit and proper. And that ought to have been known, whether it is now for Mr. Ravatomanga or previously for Mr. Sobrino. But the real question is, what is the government willing to do about it? I asked a question to the Prime Minister last time. I understand his reply. He cannot divulge the name of the banks and the management companies and the property developers because there is an ongoing investigation. I respect that. But yet, the question begs to be asked. What is government really willing to do about it? Is it willing to go into the depth of it? Is it willing to go and make an take exemplary measures against all those companies? Top 100 companies? Top 100 companies. I hope, and I will hold you to it. I hope and I will hold you to it, because I'm talking with sincerity here. Top 100 companies that have been involved, that have facilitated, and that ought to be taken to task under the existing framework. To conclude, Madam Speaker, we do not need 60 pages of laws. I didn't have the time to come to the others.
Yes,
we don't need 60 pages of amendments that do absolutely nothing but cosmetic changes to please the FATF. What we need is what I've said. I've touched on the issue. I've scratched the surface. Is to be prepared to go where it matters. But I'm going to say, Madam Speaker, just to finish on that, I've seen the Codes Act amendment. The FCC is doing a tremendous job. It's looking for about 30% increase in its budget. I hope that the courts be given 30% of their budget as well. Because the impositions or the constraints that is being done under the courts, under this Miscellaneous Provision Act, to work are un pas fou et impossible, given the constraints of material and staff. And the fact that they have only 2 codes that have to be shared by the FCD. Then I hope, at the minimum, that we give 30% increase to the court in the upcoming budget if we want to walk the talk and we want to speed up financial crimes in Mauritius to the court, and I will see that the government does so, and I will do that again in my budget speech, and I hope that you will allow me again more time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Damley. Let us all try and keep our time. Huh? I'm trying to keep the time.
Madam Speaker, allow me to set the record straight after the fiction of a narrative exposed by Honourable Duval. Let me lay down the historical context for this bill. In 2017, ISAMLAC conducted the mutual evaluation exercise for Mauritius and adopted the report in July 2018. Starting from October 2018, Mauritius was placed under an observation period of 1 year with the obligation to implement 58 recommended actions. In November 2019, Mauritius submitted the post-observation report and enacted amendments to the AML, CFT, and CPF bill. Notwithstanding the above, in 2020, cry my beloved country, FATF determined that the strategic deficiencies outweighed the reforms and placed Mauritius in the grey list. Subsequently, Mauritius was placed on the EU and UK blacklist. However, in 2021, FATF determined that Mauritius substantially implemented its action plan, including amendments to its AML, CFT, CPF legislation, and removed Mauritius from its grey list. Likewise, Mauritius exited the UK and EU blacklist in 2021 and 2022, respectively. Then the shit hit the fan. All hell broke loose. Whereas between 2022 and 2024, the authorities were expected to initiate or complete 25 measurable enforcement and effectiveness actions. They failed to implement any single action. As a responsible government, we initiated or completed all the 25 actions between November 2024 and now. 7 actions in 2025, 7 actions to date in 2026, 11 forthcoming actions in 2026 itself. Honourable Duval mentioned that this is a standalone bill. Madam Speaker, this is not a standalone bill. This bill is part of 25 actions. These actions are so important to our nation, local and international industry stakeholders and FATF observers, that with your permission, Madam Speaker, I would like to list them, underscoring our strongest political commitment. It's a bit technical, but in the interest of the international FATF observers, I'd like to give the headline 25 actions. It will be quick. The 7 actions in 2025. Publication of the second National Risk Assessment Report. 2. Completion of the National Strategy on AML, CFT and National Action Plan. 3. Development of a comprehensive roadmap for the 2027 mutual evaluation. 4. Setting up of the Interministerial Committee on AML, CFT, CPF for the preparation of the 2027 mutual evaluation. 5. The Registrar of Cooperatives to start AML, CFT supervision of credit unions. 6. Designation of 3 persons based on the United Nations Financial Prohibitions, Arms Embargo and Travel Ban Sanctions 2019. 7. Reactivation of the Technical Assistance Coordination Committee for support from development partners. The 7 actions in 2026 in process. Promulgation of regulations and administrative penalties to sanction non-compliance with AML-CFT. 2. Completion of the midterm mock evaluation. 3. Constitution of a mutual evaluation team. 4. Establishment of a joint public committee on AML, CFT, CPF. I can go on, but it's going to be long. The reason I'm saying that is because this is what was supposed to be done by the precedent government. But they did not do it. We picked up the pieces and we have implemented it. Madam Speaker, it is with a lot of surprise that as a non-practicing barrister, I can relate to the thrust of this bill. And I will submit that Honourable Juval has completely missed the thrust of this bill. Honourable Juval referred to a mock evaluation report in 2018, but he failed to mention the mock evaluation report of 2025. And in that report, 11 immediate outcomes to remedy deficiencies in the existing legislations were found. This is precisely why this bill is being brought, to remedy the deficiencies that the mock evaluation report of 2025 has found. To remedy the deficiencies in terms of effectiveness in all the legal frameworks that have been listed by Honourable Juval. Madam Speaker, we were all shocked by the reply of the Prime Minister to the PQ on Silverbank this morning. The scale of institutional conspiracy to defraud our country is incredulous. I was even more shocked by the list of endless scandals raised by Honourable Asiya Vadem in this same House earlier today. This begs the question: what could have been the motive for zero action between 2022 and 2024? Could it be to cover up Silverbank-like money heist at the expense of livelihoods depending on our financial industry? What could be the motive for covering up or harboring criminal networks that launder illicit funds through assets, as raised by Honourable Juval? He referred to property, he referred to motor vehicles. Had the previous government completed the 25 actions, had the previous government completed the national risk assessment that they were supposed to complete in 2022, they could have identified the different assets that are used to launder illicit funds, but they did not do so. In fact, the mock evaluation report for both 2018 and 2025, they identify what we call domestic non-financial businesses as a weakness. And this forms part of it. Criminal networks are very dynamic. They try to outwit, outsmart a system. They try to find loopholes in the laws. And this is exactly what they were doing with the precedent legislations. This is the deficiencies in the laws that this bill is remedying. This bill will close the loopholes that will allow these criminals to launder their funds. Madam Speaker, between November 2024 and as at date, over 300 vehicles valued in excess of 280 million rupees have been seized. Car leasing companies are under investigation. The FCC is investigating 400 cases of value 30 billion. And contrast that with 800 cases of value 2 billion between November 2019 and November 2024. On the topic of cars, unfortunately, in the interest of time, I will not be able to cite these cases, but I would like to refer the House to two cases in Singapore. One is the 2.8 billion luxury vehicle scandal, and the second one is the SRS auto investigation in 2025. Even a jurisdiction like Singapore only started combating money laundering with regards to cars as from the late 2020s. Why the 2.8 billion luxury vehicle scandal? This case, in my humble opinion, is a jurisprudence for effectiveness, because intelligence, investigations, prosecution, and asset recovery were completed in 2 years, Madam Speaker. Compare that with the time taken in our jurisdiction. Let me reassure the House that our intelligence and enforcement agencies have been working tirelessly in tracking high-value assets that have been paid for by illicit cash. Madam Speaker, my contention is that this bill provides for effectiveness enabled by a risk-based supervisory framework around the 4 key elements of the AML, CFT, CPF value chain: intelligence, investigation, prosecution, and asset recovery. Other speakers have sufficiently canvassed the technical details, so in the interest of time, I cannot list each amendment, but I'll give you an example. For instance, the proposed amendment to the beneficial ownership goes deep because it's not only about know your customer, it's also about know your business, which is a small change, but it has giant implications. What Honourable Duval was referring to, car leasing companies being used for money laundering, etc., you'll be able to do that when you start tackling know your business. When you have cases like Pratik Gupta and company coming to Mauritius through the veil of multiple legal entities, through know your business, you'll be able to track whether these businesses are actually do what they actually mean to do. Now, with the advance in technology, a business can be saying that the business is in, let's say, online entertainment. But when you go deep behind the business, it could be used for arms trafficking or drug dealing. So this is one example of how this bill brings effectiveness in combating money laundering, terrorism financing, and proliferation financing. I have a lot to say, but I don't have much time. So I would like to respond to what Honourable Duval said. What is the government willing to do? Under the previous government, criminal networks outwitted and outsmarted authorities in this financial jungle that we live in. Allow me to send a stern warning to those criminals. We will hunt them down because this is not their jungle. This is our jungle. And to drill down the point, let me take you to a real jungle and tell you the story of the lion and the deer.
Yes.
How many of you know that the maximum speed of a deer over a long distance is 60 miles per hour? But the maximum speed of a lion over a long distance is only 40 miles per hour. Yet, the lion hunts the deer all the time. What's the reason? A lion prepares. A lion prepares. A lion is patient. A lion strategizes. A lion develops tactics. And when the time is right, the lion accelerates to a maximum speed of 80 miles per hour and hunts the deer. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, enough of stag parties. We are the lions of this jungle and we will nail down the criminals. The Prime Minister has a track record. My word is my bond. I commend this bill to the House. Long live Mauritius. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for respecting the time. Yes, Honourable Parapen.
Madam Speaker, history can be ironic at times. During colonial times, empires acted as bandits and plundered many a colony. The aim was quite simple: to exploit the world's resources to fund the expansion of empires. In this scheme of things, the colony was merely an extractor of wealth at the service of the almighty colonial master. So it is definitely not a coincidence that major revolts in the colonies, be it the Boston Tea Party of December 16th, 1773, or even Mahatma Gandhi's Salt March of 1930, all had to do with taxation. After all, taxation is the lifeblood of organized societies, and who gets taxed and by how much one gets taxed is often a reflection of how society is organized and in whose interests it is working. Under colonial rule, the colonies faced many taxes, as the aim was to repatriate as much as possible to the heart of the empire. Who would have thought then that many of the same colonies who were victims of colonialism would shake the very foundation of these former empires many years later by running light fiscal regimes? History can indeed be ironic at times. As the biggest and most powerful economies of the world witness the significant movement of financial flows from their own network towards the network of countries which optimize tax avoidance, the so-called race to the bottom, they had to react, and react they did. Mauritius is not a member of a FATF, has never been, and probably never will be. But yet, here it is, Mauritius that is, modifying an array of enactments ahead of 2027 evaluation by FATF. The FATF was set up in 1989 by G7 countries, and to date it has 40 members, only 40, primarily the largest economies of the world. The FATF is one of the ways that the developed world has devised to influence policymaking in other jurisdictions, especially those willing to engage in the race to the bottom. Its grey list is a powerful tool that can convince even the most reluctant of regimes into action. The previous MSM regime could testify. The inclusion of the concept of ecocide in the Environment Act is concrete proof that the FATF, and by extension the developed world, is exercising major influence on the rest of the world. As a political activist with Résistance et Alternative, I have been involved over the last 15 years in numerous grassroots struggles involving environmental causes, most notably an ongoing legal battle against New Mauritius hotels, which started in 2018, where my two party comrades, David Sauvage and Stéphane Goua, along with them, we have been fighting in the courts for the preservation of wetlands of critical importance at Les Salines, Rivière Noire. Not to forget my involvement in the Say No to Coal movement, fighting the construction of city power on the shores of Montagne Jacot near Pointe-aux-Sables, years before I would eventually become a representative of constituency number 1. I have also been actively involved in the Arrête Cocaine ou la Plage movement against the beach grabbing at Pomponnet, which culminated with the reproclamation of a Pomponnet beach as a public beach following the Alliance du Changement historic win in November 2024. Throughout these years of activism, I have been a prime witness of a lackluster effort of Mauritian policymakers in addressing the environmental challenges of our time. There is so much more to be done to protect our environment from looters and destroyers. As a matter of fact, the inclusion of nature's rights in our constitution is one of the main demands of Résistance et Alternative prior to joining the Alliance du Changement, as we recognize the urgency to protect our fragilized natural environment in the epoch of Anthropocene. It will therefore not come as a surprise to you, Madam Speaker, that my party, Résistance et Alternative, is enthused by the amendment to the Environment Act being proposed in this bill. The inclusion of ecocide as a crime in our laws will go a long way towards safeguarding our environment, keeping it safe from predators. However, if the leader of the opposition was referring to my political party when he alluded that the amendment to the Environment Act was made to please, as he said, a member of the Alliance du Changement, then I think that he is misinformed. As much as Résistance et Alternative welcomes this timely addition of ecocide in the Environment Act, this is being done in the context of improving the country's efficiency in combating criminality. This is being done with the Financial Action Task Force breathing down our neck. In cruder terms, the criminalization of such destructive human behavior in our environmental law is the doing of international capitalism. This marks an alignment with a strategic shift of the FADF, which started in 2012, that is treating environmental destruction not just as a regulatory breach, but as a predicate offense for money laundering. It is estimated that environmental crimes generate between 110 billion US dollars and 281 billion US dollars annually, making it the world's fourth largest criminal activity. Such a strategic shift did not, however, fall from the sky. It represents the courageous, relentless, and principled stance taken by progressive movements across the globe over the years, with NGOs like Global Witness and Tax Justice Network being leading prominent examples. These organizations have since long denounced the exploitation of resources of the Global South by the Global North, be it corporates or criminal syndicates, and have pushed for stricter environmental laws in the Global South to neutralize them. Allow me today to pay tribute to all the progressive climate and environmental activists around the world for their unflinching determination to preserve mankind's greatest asset, planet Earth. The growing influence of international capitalism on the affairs of Mauritius is evident, and it is worth pondering at whose expense is this happening. Is it happening at the expense of a country's historical local oligarchy? One thing is clear, though: with the introduction of ecocide in the Environment Act, the FADF and it has managed a feat which the historical local bourgeoisie will never have sanctioned. Can this be termed as progress? In reality, two international institutions emanating from international capitalism, namely the Financial Action Task Force and Moody's, the rating agency, have seemingly coerced Mauritius into addressing long-standing issues which local institutions have repetitively failed to address. That is, improve legislations to combat criminality linked to money laundering and deep structural economic reforms, respectively, failing which the country will likely be sanctioned, either by a grey listing in the case of the FADF or a downgrading to junk status in the case of Moody's. Why is it then that we respond to international institutions in such a strikingly different way? Could it be that the offshore sector is progressively becoming the main pillar of our economy, and as such we are obliged to comply to such requirements that will keep the offshore sector thriving? Because as much as we are appreciative of ecological legislative progress, Madam Speaker, we remain worried of the ramifications of an ultra-dominant offshore sector. With your permission, Madam Speaker, allow me to table this article from the newspaper The Atlantic, published on 28th July 2016, and whose title reads, "Why Tax Havens Are Political and Economic Disasters," written by Mrs. Brooke Harrington, a Dartmouth College economic sociology professor and a PhD holder from Harvard University. It provides ample evidence of numerous countries who sought prosperity through lax business and tax regulations, which eventually made them and their respective population worse off. This article has had a profound influence on my understanding of offshore centers, and I sincerely hope that many will consult the article table to catch a glimpse of the often untold reality of offshore centers. The offer goes as far as evoking a finance curse, a paradox of plenty, similar to the resource curse suffered by many African countries, whereby the plentiful availability of a resource does not, unfortunately, improve the living conditions of the masses as one would come to expect. It is often said in business quarters or even on mainstream platforms that the offshore sector is the biggest tax contributor in Mauritius. That is not true. The main contributor to taxes in Mauritius is the population, who has, since the advent of a light fiscal regime associated with the offshore sector, shouldered a disproportionately large tax burden, mainly through value-added taxes and over indirect taxes. In its first budget, the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance unveiled a new fiscal strategy, whereby the population would not shoulder a disproportionate fiscal burden. Instead, additional direct taxes were introduced, mainly through fair share contributions, so as to rebalance the fiscal effort between direct and indirect taxes. Should the offshore sector evolve into a dominant pillar of the economy, it is only fair that government taxes further the wealth that the industry generates, be it through the profitability it generates for locally based companies or through the income of its employees. Failing which, it is very likely that Mauritius will endure the same fate as numerous tropical Caribbean countries, that is, state capture by the wealthiest, and let's face it, not the most ethical beings on the planet. Back in 2017, my electoral campaign at the by-election of Quatre-Bornes, we focused exclusively on the risk of gentrification for the Mauritian society. Nearly 10 years later, there can be no debate that our society is in a full-blown gentrification process, soaring property prices amid a mushrooming of gated communities, exodus of youth, and often the most educated of them, and an ever-increasing cost of living for the average Mauritian. Over this time, the offshore sector has thrived. This is a reality we cannot depart from. The critical question we need to ask is whether the offshore sector has been a boon or a curse for our society. By our society, I mean the average Mauritian who earns less than 25,000 rupees monthly and who can barely make ends meet. Has he benefited from the billions of dollars which have transited through our economy over the years? If the answer is no, then we need to go back to the drawing board, Madam Speaker. What can we do as policymakers to ensure that the country as a whole benefit from the offshore sector? After all, economic growth is more tangible when it is served on a plate rather than through pompous speeches. Madam Speaker, I also want to discuss an amendment being brought to the Declaration of Assets Act in Section 10.3, where a new subsection is being added, and I quote, notwithstanding subsection 1, where a person fails to submit a declaration within the specified period and thereafter makes a voluntary declaration, he shall not be liable to any penalty, provided that he is not a subject matter of an investigation under this Act. I believe such an amendment is contrary to the spirit in which the bill is being presented. To put it bluntly, if there is no cost for being late, then there is no incentive to be on time. Allow me to share my personal experience. Back in June 2005, I sold a property to adjust to my new financial reality of being an MP. However, it was not until November 2025 that I notified the FCC of a sale of a property. I had mistakenly assumed that only acquisition of assets should be disclosed to the FCC. My mistake, I fully accept it. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse, so I had to fork out 25,000 rupees to settle the fine, impossible as per the Declaration of Assets Act.
Maybe everybody's hearing this, so nobody else will do that.
I have now learned my lesson, an expensive lesson be it, and you can be sure that if there is a next time, I will comply with the law within the 30 days provided. However, if this amendment in this bill goes through, I would not have been liable to any fine as long as I voluntarily declare the disposal of the asset to the FCC with no time bar. With the new provision, I could potentially acquire an asset in year 1 of a mandate, dispose of it in year 4 of a mandate, pocket some non-taxable capital gains in the meantime, and not notify the FCC at all without incurring any fine whatsoever. This is clearly not right, and I have raised the issue with both the Ministry of Financial Services and the Attorney General, and I am comforted that they will both look into the matter and consider bringing appropriate amendments at committee stage. So, to conclude, Madam Speaker, the bill in front of the House today, once voted, will definitely bolster the arsenal of laws aimed at combating criminality. And the Minister of Financial Services needs to be given the credit she deserves for presenting such a comprehensive piece of legislation. But in reality, the main issue of our offshore sector is not so much in the laws that govern it, but rather in the effectiveness of the implementation of these laws. Madam Speaker, having witnessed le branle-bas général ahead of evaluation by the FATF in early 2027, the cynical part in me cannot but ask the following question: what if our public institutions were under perpetual evaluation? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Seaburn.
Thank you, Madam the Speaker. I rise today to express my strong support for the proposed legislation on anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and countering proliferation financing miscellaneous provisions bill introduced by the Honourable Minister of Finances and Economic Planning. The bill is a comprehensive framework designed to strengthen Mauritius' financial integrity, align our laws with international standards, and ensure that our economy remains transparent, resilient, and well-regulated. Madam the Speaker, Mauritius has over decades carefully built its reputation as a credible, stable, and well-regulated international financial center. That reputation did not come by chance. It is the result of deliberate policy choices, institutional strengthening, and continuous engagement with the global financial system. However, in today's world, reputation is not static. It must be constantly protected, reinforced, and renewed. This is precisely what this bill seeks to achieve. It introduces amendments to various laws to cover the full spectrum of financial institutions, corporates, non-profit organizations, and public sector to improve the efficiency of Mauritius in combating criminality, money laundering, terrorism financing, and proliferation financing. Madam the Speaker, we operate in a global financial environment where transparency, accountability, and compliance are fundamental requirements. As a responsible jurisdiction, Mauritius must align itself with the standards set by the Financial Action Task Force. For the first time, I heard, Madam the Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition, at the very outset of his speech, stated that this bill is necessary. He further stated that Mauritius was placed on the grey list in February 2020 when the previous government was in power, but did not comment further on the real consequences of this downgrading. This is what happened, Madam the Speaker. In fact, the previous government and the Minister of Financial Services had failed to take the necessary step on time, which led Mauritius to be placed on the grey list in February 2020 by the Financial Action Task Force. Mauritius was then placed under increased monitoring. This enormously affected the investors' confidence. It further affected the reputation of Mauritius as a credible financial center, which further led to stricter scrutiny from international partners. Furthermore, actions taken by the European Union demonstrated that reputational risks had translated directly into economic risks, affecting investment flows, increasing the cost of doing business, and placing pressure on the financial institutions. Madam the Speaker, the bill responds to the past shortcomings. It strengthens supervisory powers. It improves information sharing and ensures that our institutions are better equipped to detect, investigate, and act against illicit financial activities. In summary, Madam the Speaker, Clause 2 to Clause 8 of the bill lays down the foundation of a robust and uncompromising framework to combat money laundering, terrorism financing, and proliferation financing. They decisively strengthen the powers of the Bank of Mauritius and impose a strict obligation on our banks, companies, cooperatives to uphold transparency, conduct proper due diligence, and report suspicious transactions without delay. At the same time, the bill reinforces the authority of our courts to act swiftly, including freezing illicit assets, enhance accountability through stricter asset declaration requirement for public officials, and extend vigilance to environmental activities, highlighting the offense of ecocide, as emphasized by Honourable Parapen earlier, to environmental activities, highlighting the offense of ecocide to ensure that criminal elements cannot exploit our natural resources for illicit gain. These provisions send a clear and unequivocal message that Mauritius will not tolerate abuse of its financial and institutional system. Clause 9 of the bill brings clarity, coherence, and effectiveness to an institution that is already central to our financial crime framework. In a world where illicit financial flows are increasingly sophisticated and transnational, it would be irresponsible for this House to leave gaps, overlaps, or uncertainty in the mandate of the Financial Crime Commission. Clause 9 ensures that our enforcement architecture is properly coordinated and capable of meeting both domestic expectations and international obligations. Clause 10 of the bill introduces important amendment to the Financial Intelligence Unit and Anti-Money Laundering Act, reinforcing the preventive and reporting framework that underpins our fight against financial crime. By enhancing obligations, clarifying compliance mechanism, and strengthening the role of reporting entities and supervisory bodies, this provision ensures that suspicious financial activities are more effectively identified, they are reported and acted upon. This is a necessary step to ensure that our legislative framework remains robust, responsive, and fully aligned with evolving international standards. Madam the Speaker, in summary, Clause 11 to Clause 24 of the bill seems to be closing gaps by strengthening enforcement and extending oversight across every key sector of our economy. In general, it empowers our enforcement and intelligence agencies to detect, to investigate, and act decisively against financial crimes while tightening reporting standards and governance requirements for financial institutions, foundations, and high-risk sectors such as gambling and real estate sectors. These provisions further enhance transparency in taxation payment systems for companies, for trusts and associations, and fully ensure full disclosure of beneficial ownership and enable the effective implementation of international sanctions. Taken together, these measures are not merely technical amendments. Madam the Speaker, they are a stronger statement of intent that Mauritius will remain a transparent, credible, and fully compliant international financial center where integrity is protected and where illicit activity has no place. What becomes clear is that this government is taking concrete and decisive action where it truly matters. The strengthening of beneficial ownership transparency will put an end to the abuse of opaque corporate structures by those who seek to hide behind anonymity. The enhanced reporting obligations will ensure that suspicious activities are flagged earlier and dealt with more effectively. At the same time, the bill gives greater teeth to our regulatory and enforcement authorities, enabling them to act firmly against those who attempt to undermine our financial system. Madam the Speaker, this bill is fundamentally about safeguarding the future of Mauritius as a jurisdiction integrated into the global financial system. By strengthening our legal framework, we are sending a clear signal that Mauritius is a clean, transparent, and has resilient financial center. This will enhance investor confidence, secure our access to international banking system, and support sustainable economic growth. This is not merely a legislative exercise, but also a strategic investment in the long-term stability and prosperity of our country. We must continuously align with the standards of the Financial Action Task Force to preserve our credibility and competitiveness. Failure to do so will expose our country to reputational damage, reduce investor confidence, and potential economic consequences as seen in the past, with action being taken by bodies such as the European Union and the Financial Action Task Force. The classical example is what happened with the operation of Silverbank in Mauritius, as stated by the Prime Minister earlier. It is now clear that stricter regulation is necessary to prevent future crises. This bill is about ensuring that honest businesses are protected, while those who engage in illicit activities find no place in Mauritius. These provisions send a strong message that this government will not tolerate financial crime, as we are fully committed to protecting the integrity, credibility, and future of our economy. By strengthening our laws, we are not only complying with the international standards, but also protecting our society, our institutions, and our future. It is also important to situate this bill, Madam the Speaker, within the broader international context. When we examine leading jurisdictions such as the United Kingdom, the United States, and Australia, we find the continuous strengthening of legal and regulatory framework to combat money laundering, terrorism financing, and proliferation risks. In the United Kingdom, for instance, there has been a strong emphasis on beneficial ownership, transparency, and the tightening of corporate accountability through reforms to company registers and enforcement mechanism. In the United States, authorities have significantly enhanced oversight through measures such as stricter reporting requirements and expanded powers to track illicit financial flows, particularly under recent anti-money laundering reform. Similarly, Madam the Speaker, in Australia has moved towards reinforcing its regulatory regime, including closer supervision of reporting entities and expanding the scope of regulatory net and enhancing supervision across various sectors. Madam the Speaker, the lesson is simple. Even the most advanced economies in the world are constantly evolving to address new and emerging risks. The French President Emmanuel Macron had constantly advocated for deeper European Union financial integration and stronger oversight with the legislation. Christine Lagarde, the President of the European Central Bank, one of the most influential leaders, strongly supports regulation and further encourages balancing stability with innovation. Mauritius must do the same, and this bill ensures that we do not lag behind, but rather remain aligned with global best practices. This legislation is also about sending a strong and unambiguous signal to the international community. It says that Mauritius is committed to transparency, accountability, and is committed to maintaining the highest standard of financial integrity. This government has chosen to position Mauritius as a forward-looking, responsible, and resilient jurisdiction. This legislation strengthens our legal architecture. It reinforces our credibility on the international stage and further secures the foundations for a sustainable economic growth. Before I conclude, Madam the Speaker, allow me to express my sincere thanks to the Honourable Minister and the State Law Office for coming forward with this progressive piece of legislation, and also to thank all those who have spoken before me in support of this proposed legislation. This bill is not just about compliance and regulation, it is about the future of Mauritius. It is to ensure that our country continues to thrive in a highly competitive global environment. In a world of uncertainty, one thing must remain certain, that Mauritius stands for integrity, credibility, and excellence. We choose integrity, we choose credibility, we choose progress. With these words, Madam the Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you so much. Honourable Narsinghen.
Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me the floor. Looking at the body language of the Iron Lady, I've understood that I cannot be too long, and so I fully understood.
You
so
see
therefore,
you see an Iron Lady somewhere?
No, the Iron Lady, the whip. So I don't want to be whipped. So, Madam Speaker, normally I don't give as an ex-academic, I usually give a plan, so I will start with a plan. So I will give a short rebuttal to the Leader of the Opposition and to my good friend, the Honourable Duval, and then subsequently I would come to the rationales behind the amendments, and also try to explain the distinction between financial stability as opposed to financial integrity. Because my intention here, Madam Speaker, I know we've got 7, 8 lawyers in the House, number of economists, number of accountants. So my intervention is not to explain to these learned friends, but to the population try to explain. And then I would like to comment on international organizations. And in my rebuttal, I will not rebut one of my colleagues from government, but I would beg to differ on certain comments made on FATF and the smuggler, and also comments made that Mauritius should not exploit African countries. On the contrary, we have developed a strategy, the Prime Minister, ex-Deputy Prime Minister, my colleague Mr. Ramphal and myself, we've been going to Africa. We're explaining to all the stakeholders, many countries, that they have to use Mauritius as a platform to invest in Africa and be equitable to our African brothers and sisters. So it is important to understand, in spite of the fact that we can be critical towards international organizations, FATF, and even the World Bank and IMF, we have to understand that we are a small jurisdiction, so we have to be careful. And also, I would like to bring some comparative perspectives and then go on some technical points if I have time. Now, normally I don't crack jokes, but since I know all of you are tired, I listened carefully to our good friend, the Honourable Duval. I don't know if he's still remembering of Zoli Mamzel. You remember the story of Zoli Mamzel? He's referring to cosmetic changes, cosmetic amendments. If you look at the bill, Madam Speaker, it contains 69 pages. Not 69 pages. And it is harping on more than 20 different legislations. Just like Honourable Patrika Siavaden, I don't like normally easily to congratulate people. But I have to confess that the team, not only the minister, his team, her team, and herself has done a very good job. Now, coming to the second point raised by Honourable Duval, he mentioned about guidelines. I think we have to make a clear distinction between what is hard law, Madam Speaker, as opposed to guidelines. And guidelines normally should be couched in a language where you are using best endeavor standards. And there is no need to use words like shall. You may use may because these are guidelines, and guidelines are meant to be guidelines. Now, coming to the leader of the opposition. I listened to the leader of the opposition. I was expecting more solid contribution and constructive contribution. Unfortunately, I could not really hear some serious criticisms. And normally we give, Madam Speaker, 7 days for people to reflect unless there is a certificate of urgency. And it is sad to note that the leader of the opposition failed to understand the logic of including ecocide in the bill. And ecocide is related to money laundering, and even in sophisticated economies, waste management companies use their companies as a conduit for money laundering. Secondly, I think the leader of the opposition has failed to understand that a delicate balance has to be struck between promoting a sound global business sector, whereby we have to attract capital and investment, versus combating money laundering. It is easy to talk, but not easy to strike that balance. So, certainly the bill is not perfect, but I think the right balance has been struck. And I can understand, I myself, I could have leveled certain criticisms, but we have to understand that a sort of delicate balance has to be struck, and I think the Honourable Minister is taking a sort of incremental approach. So, in terms of now let me come to a very important point which has to be driven. It is of paramount importance, Madam Speaker, to preserve the integrity of the financial services. And it is the financial integrity not only at international level, but also at the national level. And at the same time, Mauritius has to be fully compliant with international standards set by international organizations, be it the World Bank, IMF, and above all the Financial Action Task Force, and the Eastern and Southern African Anti-Money Laundering Group. This is a regional organization. The financial system, Madam Speaker, in Mauritius cannot act in isolation. It has to pay heed to other financial systems, be it at regional level and also at the international level. And if mismanaged, you will see it will contaminate the whole global financial system, and it will have far-reaching effects and rippling effects. And to have a comprehensive understanding, it will be also opposite to understand a few concepts, like also financial stability. And financial stability is of utmost importance for Mauritius. Now, coming to the international organization, which one of my colleagues from government criticized, it is important to understand that, yes, we may level certain criticisms against these organizations, but as a small jurisdiction, don't forget, we are a small dot in the Indian Ocean, and we cannot afford to disregard intergovernmental organizations, be it the FATF or IMF or the World Bank or the Eastern and Southern African Anti-Money Laundering Group. So we have to accept the international standards which have been imposed by the FATF, and certainly, Madam Speaker, we cannot ignore these standards. Madam Speaker, Mauritius is not US. Mauritius is not China. Mauritius is not Russia. That is, it is not an autarky, entirely self-sufficient and economically self-contained. The FATF, as you know, is a global watchdog for money laundering and financing of terrorism, and now mass weapon financing. It sets international standards with more than 40 recommendations. The main objective, as we know, is to combat illicit financial flows. Founded in 1989 and based in Paris, it provides operational measures to protect the integrity of the financial system. It sets strict standards, and countries must use them as benchmark. It carries also, very important to note, a peer review mechanism, which is held periodically, and countries may be in the compliant list or the grey list or the black list. And when a country is in the grey list, it is a high-risk jurisdiction and will be monitored as a country which is willing to collaborate. And it may also be in the blacklist, and as my colleagues explained before, how Mauritius, with the incompetence of the previous regime, fell in the grey list, and now we have to be careful. I understand also that there are certain birds of bad omen who want Mauritius to go back in the grey list, but I'm sure that with this piece of legislation, consolidated legislation, this will not happen. Let us pray. So, regarding the ESAM lag, it is a sort of subset of the FATF. It has 21 members. This is also a very important organization comprising countries like Madagascar, Seychelles, Namibia, South Africa, and so many other countries. So it is important to understand that Mauritius, even if you can be critical about this organization, we have to comply with the standards which have been set by both organizations. At the same time, Madam Speaker, I fully concur with some of my colleagues, and I have to also say that Honourable Jival has made a few valid points also. Passing the law is one thing, but I think what is very, very important is about implementation. And the population is still expecting that those who have been guilty of certain shortcomings in the past, certain crimes in the past, who managed the case of Sobrino, who managed the case of Bastos, these companies, management companies, are still scot-free. And we have to take concrete actions against these companies. And this is very important. And at the same time, I noticed that there has been consultation before stabilizing the text. But at the same time, my recommendation for next time, not only for this bill, from this ministry, but also from other ministries, I think it is very important to have a window on the website of all ministries to allow professionals, to allow researchers, to allow academics, and also the brains from the diaspora to bring their criticisms and to bring suggestions. So we can improve. It is good, but it could have been better in terms of consultation. Now, in terms of, also I want to shed some light, in terms of comparative perspectives, you will see that to a great extent, those who have prepared the bill, the technicians, they have borrowed the best from different models. From the UK model, as you know, it is a very good model, but one of the golden standard model is the Hong Kong model. Even before, in 2002, we did follow many of the standards from Hong Kong, and this time also there has been a sort of attempt to align our law, our amendments, with what is being done in Hong Kong. And also, I think to a certain extent, I don't know how far, those who prepared the bill have also followed the Scandinavian standards. So it is important, Madam Speaker, I'll just take a few examples.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. So to see, for example, from a technical angle, how the amendments of the Bank of Mauritius Act and the Banking Act shift the regulatory focus from a reactive watchdog approach to a proactive hunter model. And I think my colleague mentioned about Hunter, so this is the Hunter model which I've adopted. And also, the Bank of Mauritius, the bank is now empowered to disclose information to law enforcement agencies if necessary, to report suspected offenses. Furthermore, it can impose administrative penalties and sanctions on financial institutions and their directors for non-compliance with banking laws and guidelines. Similarly, the Banking Act, through Section 53A, 64, 64A, 64B, and 64C, have been amended, and this time the scope of supervision has been widened beyond money laundering to englobe also proliferation financing. This alignment with FATF standards ensures that the financial system is also shielded against funding of weapons of mass destruction. To conclude, I would say that this incremental approach adopted by the Minister of Financial Services is a starting point, but me personally, I'm still waiting for more amendments. For example, the Prime Minister has mentioned that very soon, and also the Attorney General has mentioned that we are coming with a National Crime Office, Fraud Office, and this is important. And as I mentioned also, having the laws on the books is very good, but implementation and also placing the right persons in the right places is of paramount importance. So thank you for your attention, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Minister Amir Mia.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me at the outset to commend my colleague, Dr. the Honourable Jyoti Jitan, Minister of Financial Services and Economic Planning, for introducing this important piece of legislation to this House. I wish to place on record my sincere appreciation to her ministry, to the Attorney General's Office, to the core group, to the Interministerial Committee, to the monitoring teams, to the competent authorities, and to all the ministers and institutions that are working relentlessly on this national priority. This is technical, demanding, and very often invisible work, but it is absolutely vital for Mauritius. I also wish to salute the leadership of the Honourable Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has been clear from the outset that the integrity of our financial system and the credibility of Mauritius as jurisdiction are non-negotiable. Financial services have transformed Mauritius from a low-income agriculture-based economy into an upper-middle-class, middle-income financial hub. Mauritius is not just a small island economy. We are recognized as an international financial center, a gateway connecting capital to Africa and beyond. Our jurisdiction plays a vital role in facilitating investment flows and supporting economic development across the region. We are a bridge between Africa, Asia, Europe, the United States, and the Gulf. We are a platform of trust, expertise, and connectivity. That is a position we have built over the years, and that is a position we must now defend with even greater seriousness. A strong AML-CFT framework is not a burden on our international financial center. It is the very foundation of it. No serious international financial center in the world has been built on weak compliance. It is precisely because of jurisdictions like Singapore, Luxembourg, and Dublin takes these matters seriously that they are trusted globally. And let me be clear, being compliant does not mean being hostile to business. On the contrary, a jurisdiction that meets international standards is a jurisdiction where serious investors want to be. Compliance opens doors. It does not close them. The message we send to the world is that Mauritius welcomes legitimate investment and will protect it within a framework that is transparent, robust, and internationally respected. The consequences of falling short of AML-CFT standards are severe, to say the least. We cannot afford at any cost to be non-compliant. Remaining on the FATF whitelist is not a formality. It determines how the world sees us. It determines whether global investors view Mauritius as a safe, compliant, and reliable jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, Mauritius has already paid the price of weakness, delay, complacency in this area. We were placed on the FATF grey list. What was not minor embarrassment. It was a serious warning to the country. It damaged confidence. It increased scrutiny. It imposed costs on our institution and our businesses. It affected the standing of Mauritius internationally. We know what it means when correspondent bank relationships become fragile, and every transaction involving Mauritius is looked at with suspicion. We know what it means when legitimate businesses bear the cost of past shortcomings. This is precisely why this government is determined to ensure that Mauritius meets every international standard and demonstrate effectiveness across every immediate outcome. And let us be clear about how we got there. The previous government had years to act. It had the warnings. It had the recommendations. It had the institutional machinery. And yet, it did not act. The grey listing was a direct consequence of neglect, delayed reforms, and a failure to take this file seriously when it mattered most. And even after Mauritius came out of the grey list, they treated the exit as an end in itself. They did not entrench the culture of readiness. They did not institutionalize the reforms. That was a grave failure of stewardship. This government has a different path. We are not waiting for the next crisis. We are strengthening the law, tightening supervision, improving coordination, and doing the work that should have been done earlier. The threats we seek to address are real: corruption, fraud, drug trafficking, illicit financial flows, illegal betting, and bookmaking, amongst others. They are present within our communities. They distort the economy. They pollute legitimate business. They attack the very integrity of the state. Madam Speaker, this fight cannot be left to one ministry. It cannot be left to one regulator. It cannot be left to one committee. This is a battle of the whole country. It concerns the public sector. It concerns the private sector. It concerns our regulators, our banks, our designated non-financial businesses and professions, our cooperatives institutions, the public at large. If Mauritius is to remain trusted, then every link in the chain must hold. Madam Speaker, let me now highlight some key amendments that this bill introduces because they illustrate the depth of this reform. The bill amends no fewer than 23 enactments. It is not a narrow or sectorial exercise. It is a comprehensive overhaul of the legal architecture underpinning our AML-CFT-CPF framework. Under the Bank of Mauritius Act, the bill strengthens fit and proper person requirements and enhances supervisory powers. Under the Companies Act, it tightens the framework for maintaining accurate and up-to-date beneficial ownership information for companies and partnerships. Under the Financial Crimes Commission, it reinforces investigation and enforcement capacity. Under the Financial Intelligence and Anti-Money Laundering Act, it provides for the temporary suspension of suspicious transactions by the FIU, giving the unit a critical tool to prevent the dissipation of illicit funds while investigations are pursued. The bill establishes a centralized information management system for AML, CFT, CPF consolidation data across competent authorities and enabling more effective coordination. It creates a register of trust at the Financial Services Commission, addressing a key gap in the beneficial ownership framework. It strengthens the framework for targeted financial sanctions and asset recovery. It introduces the offense of ecocide. It requires that payments for the purchase of motor vehicles above a prescribed threshold be effected by check or bank transfer, not by cash, closing a known channel for the laundering of proceeds of crime. The bill also enhances AML CFT obligations in the insurance sector, tightens supervisory requirements under the Gambling Regulatory Authority Act, strengthens the identification of controllers of associations, and improves the transparency of trust arrangement under the Trust Act. Madam Speaker, I now turn to matters that specifically concern my ministry. The bill is also highly targeted and practical in its approach to strengthening the cooperative sector. Cooperatives occupy a unique place in the socio-economic fabric of Mauritius. Cooperative credit unions are member-owned, democratically governed institutions operating on the principle of one member, one vote. They play a crucial role in fostering a savings culture and making credit accessible to their members. They are community-based, industry-based, and they operate in Rodrigues as well. Precisely because cooperatives are close to the people, they must also be protected from abuse. Smaller cooperatives sometimes face challenges in the fully understanding their obligations and the technical frameworks such as AML, CFT, CPF. This is precisely why, as Minister, one of the first areas we tackled was cooperative supervision. The Cooperative Act was amended under the Finance Act 2025, conferring enhanced supervisory and enforcement powers upon the Register of Cooperative Societies, including the authority to conduct on-site inspections of cooperative societies, particularly credit unions, to impose and enforce sanctions in cases of non-compliance, and to issue directives to cooperative credit unions to ensure adherence to the relevant AML CFT enactments, including the Financial Intelligence and Anti-Money Laundering Act 2002, the Cooperative Act 2016 as amended, and the United Nations Sanctions Act 2019. Madam Speaker, following these amendments, extensive outreach programs have been undertaken. 5 workshops were held between August 2025 and February 2026 with cooperative credit unions and offices of my ministry, covering the FATF recommendations, the national risk assessment, the mutual evaluation process, customer due diligence, suspicious transaction reporting, sanctions, screening, and vulnerabilities faced by the sector. Cooperative unions are classified as reporting persons under FIAMLA and are required to register on GoAML platform. A dedicated training session was held on 24 February 2026, and directives were issued by the registrar to require mandatory registration. Out of 148 cooperative credit unions, 100 have already registered. The remaining 48 are expected to register by end of April this year. This is what seriousness looks like. This is what it means to move from policy to results. The cooperative supervisory framework is no longer theoretical. It is up and running. Let me underline this point. In the space of a few months, the cooperative division of my ministry has moved from a position where the cooperative sector had limited AML CFT awareness to a position where structured workshops have been delivered. A legal framework for beneficial ownership has been defined. Directives have been issued, and 2/3 of all cooperative credit unions are now registered on the GoAML platform. This did happen not by accident. It happened because we treated this as a priority from day one. It happened because we understood that the credibility of Mauritius depends on every sector being brought into the fold, and not only the large financial institution. During the workshop, concerns was raised by cooperative credit unions that in line with recommendation 24 of the FATF, there is an obligation to identify beneficial ownership in the cooperative sector to ensure transparency in the control structure. Yet this has not been defined by the Cooperative Act 2016. Advice was sought from the Attorney General's office. The AGO's office advised that beneficial ownership should be defined as a board of a cooperative society that is responsible for and exercises ultimate control over the cooperative society. Directives dated 25th of February this year were issued to all cooperative credit unions accordingly. This proposed bill now aims at providing a legal definition of beneficial ownership in the statute itself. The bill introduces a requirement to maintain a register of beneficial owners through a new section 25A, requiring every society to keep accurate and up-to-date information on its beneficial owners. The register shall be open for inspection by the supervising officer, members, the registrar, the principal cooperative auditor, auditors, and competent authorities. And a fine of not exceeding 100,000 rupees is provided for non-compliance. Madam Speaker, I will now turn briefly to the jewelry section, which also falls under the purview of my ministry through the ASE office. The FATF has identified the jewelry sector, which form part of designated non-financial businesses and professions, as one potential sector in which money is laundered. This is not theoretical. In recent years, we have all witnessed an increasing number of money laundering cases in which jewelry sector has been used to launder proceeds of crimes. At this very moment, as I address this August Assembly, the ASE office is involved in testing jewelry and precious and semi-precious stones retained by the Financial Crimes Commission for a current case of suspected money laundering. That is how close and that is how real this work is, Madam Speaker. The ASE office assists the FCC, the police, the MRA, and the judiciary in determining the fineness of jewelry and the carat of precious and semi-precious stone for investigations and precious purposes and participate in the national risk assessment. Madam Speaker, since 2020, under the Act number 5 of 2020, the definition of the Jewelry Act were amended to include precious metals and precious stones. In compliance with FATF recommendation number 28, a fit and proper person test is now conducted on every applicant, examining financial soundness, competence, honesty, reputation, and integrity. Dealers are required to report suspicious transactions above the threshold of 500,000 rupees. My ministry is also working on the setting up of the AML unit at the ASE office. Sections 166 of the Financial Crimes Commission Act 2023 will be proclaimed shortly, whereby the ASE office will become the regulatory body for dealers in precious metals and stone instead of the FIU, allowing the FIU to focus on its core intelligence and dissemination functions. This is a necessary step to build stronger and more specialized supervisory capacity in this sector. We want the ASE office to be properly equipped, properly structured, and properly prepared for the responsibilities that lie ahead. The principle is simple: effectiveness first, optics second. A lot has already been done to make the jewelry sector more transparent and more accountable. My ministry is pursuing every available avenue to address this matter. The direction we have set is clear. The Assay Office will be transformed from a purely technical body into a credible sector-specific supervisory with a fully operational AML unit, pertaining proper procedures, proper systems. That is what the FATF expects, and that is what Mauritius will deliver. Madam Speaker, the 2027 mutual evaluation team has already been constituted. The preparatory work is underway. The independent mock evaluation conducted in late 2025 identified areas where Mauritius needs to demonstrate greater effectiveness, and those findings are now being acted upon. But success in the upcoming evaluation will not belong to one ministry only. It will belong to Mauritius. It will belong to every institution that played its part, every officer who did the work, every stakeholder who understood that a clean jurisdiction is in the national interest. Madam Speaker, I wish to assure this House that the international community, that Mauritius is fully committed to meeting the requirement of the FATF standards and demonstrating effectiveness across this AML CFT CPF framework ahead of the 2027 mutual evaluation. We are not approaching this evaluation with apprehension. We are approaching it with determination, with the confidence that comes from sustained institutional effort. Madam Speaker, to conclude, Mauritius must never be perceived as a jurisdiction where illicit funds can circulate unchecked. This bill reinforces transparency through beneficial ownership, accountability across all sectors, enforcement through stronger compliance mechanisms, the protection of our economic model, and the assurance that Mauritius remain a trusted international financial sector. Mauritius has learned from failures of the past. This government will not be complacent. We are building permanence, not patchwork. Mauritius chooses seriousness over negligence, disciplines over drift, and trust over reputational risk. The world is watching, the standards are rising, and the margin of error is shrinking. We owe it to our economy, we owe it to our institutions, we owe it to our international partners, but above all, we owe it to Mauritius. I thank you for your attention.
Yes. Minister Subal.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the adjournment of the debates.
Must be seconded. Yes. Thank you. Question is that the debate be now adjourned. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Yes, adjournment of the House.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I move for the adjournment of the House to Tuesday, the 14th of April, 2026 at 11:30 a.m.
The House stands adjourned.